thump, his many sharp-pointed legs lifting his bulk from the floor. He had often heard himself compared to some creature that humans called a centipede, albeit a 6-meter-long version of the critter with arms and no venomous pincers. His blue compound eyes took in the entirety of his small room at a glance. As an officer, he had his own room instead of a bunk in the barracks with the others. He twitched his antennae in elation at the thought of the privilege. He hadn't always been an officer. It had taken years of career work in the Union military. He could barely remember what it had been like as a raw recruit to the Union Armed Forces, back when he had been but a bare larva, barely hardened and at full size. He walked across the small room, his many legs making a skittering, clicking sound on the hard floor of the living space. He reached out with his second pair of arms to pick up his uniform, while simultaneously grabbing a small container of instant caffeine mix and making a small heated cup of water. He had 10 arms, and he made full use of them as he finished up his morning routine. Tilting his head back, he chugged the hot caffeine slurry in a single long gulp. He didn't need to pause for breath, as his lungs were situated further down his length. He breathed through a simple set of spherical lung structures arrayed down his sides, directly under his heavy back armor plates and above his legs. He slipped into the uniform vest that denoted his rank and assignment, the glitter of the golden embroidery denoting his rank as 2N06, a staff sergeant in the SCU Armed Forces. Checking his appearance was suitable in the mirror in the corner of the room. Using his wide peripheral vision, his antennae rose in satisfaction, and he made his way out of his room into the corridor beyond. The ceiling was close enough for the light fixtures to brush the tops of his antennae, even though he had folded down his back. He followed his normal routine, first leaving the living structure he was assigned to in the officers' district. A small group of escorts or infantry. He made his way to the nearest officers' mess in a hurry. He wasn't late by any means, but there was no sense in losing additional time dawdling either. Reaching the large structure alone, he entered into it and was immediately hit with a wall of noise as the dozens of overlapping conversations assailed the tympanal openings under his eyes. Taking in the vast majority of the room at a glance, he started off towards the food area. Several of the others in the room cast sidelong glances his way as he passed, most filled with bored scrutiny, but a few looking more hostile in intent. He could understand the hostility even if he didn't agree with it. While the Vinarfell homeworld of Vrefall had declared openly in support of the Union, a great many of the outer Vinarfellian colonies had declared for the secessionists. He himself was entirely on the side of the Union. Let those hegemony bastards burn for all he cared. But this did not cure the slight air of mistrust some others felt for his people. It was unfair in his opinion, just as many if not more human colonies had declared for the HIS as well, but the poster race of the Union could do no wrong as far as the public was concerned. Oh yeah, humanity had been the first to reach out to the stars, and they had shared the technology graciously with all they found, but that didn't mean the squishy meat sacks were perfect. He hissed low in annoyance as he reached the breakfast line and grabbed a tray. As a pseudo-cold-blooded organism, Caviel didn't need to eat more than a single hearty meal per day, and he personally liked it to be breakfast. What with its abundance of greasy sausages, sweet honey hams, and savory gravy, it was a delicious way to start a day. In the past, he had tried some of the more carb-heavy foods that humans seemed to like, but they had disagreed with his digestive system, and so he mostly stuck to proteins now. Caviel piled his tray high with sausage patties, slices of steaming ham, crispy bacon strips, and then coated it all in a liberal helping of chunky white sausage gravy. His mouthplates twitched in anticipation as the smell of the food reached the sensitive receptors covering his antennae. The majority of the tables in the room were low and had bench or stool seating attached to them, but a few of the tables near the far corner of the room were taller and had no seats. It was to one of these that he carried his food, careful so as to not spill any of the tasty gravy. It wouldn't injure him, his exoskeletal armor thick enough to prevent such burns, but it would still hurt. His exoskeleton on his hands, especially, was much more sensitive to pressure and heat than the thick plates covering his long back. He settled the tray down on the table and grabbed an eating utensil. While he could eat with his hands, he was wearing a uniform and didn't want to get it messy. He had appearances to keep after all. Spearing a juicy sausage from the miasma of his breakfast platter, he raised it to his face. Unlike the scorp, he had no mandibles. In fact, he had no jaws of any kind. Instead, as his faceplates moved to the sides to reveal the pinkish flesh around his mouth, he shoveled the small sausage in whole before swallowing it a moment later. Smaller bites he could eat all at once, but for bigger pieces he would have to cut them up, or alternatively he could use his radula to eat them piece by piece, the toothed organ similar to a tongue, except for the fact it was coated in sharp, tooth-like projections, and generally used to strip matter from the surface of his food. He liked to think of it as pre-chewing the food before he got it into his mouth. The very thought of putting food into his mouth and then crushing it repeatedly with flat pieces of one's own skull was a bizarre thought. Indeed, he had tried this chewing inside his mouth a few times when nobody was near him, trying to break the food down with his radula inside his mouth instead of outside it. His results so far had been, well, disappointing. But he would keep it up until he succeeded. Why? Because he would be damned if he was beaten by those scrawny little blood sacks. At anything, that's why, he thought stoically. His meal was finished without incident, today of all days being an important one for him. Today was an active deployment day. He would be taking a more direct role in the progression of the war. These rebels would be smashed eventually, and things could go back to the way they had been before. Did the Union have issues? Sure, most governments did. But the Union was at least trying to maintain the peace, unlike those motherless cowards that were running the hegemony. They started this whole war in a desperate bid to swipe power, clear and simple. He had seen the news broadcasts and the coverage from across the front. Wherever the hegemony forces fought, they left behind the smouldering remains of civilian life. Their hatred indiscriminate against both the Union and her people. Caviel could not stand idly by while his own neighbors might be dying or losing everything else. No. He had made the choice to fight the enemies of law and order many years past. The fact that the enemy was changed made no difference to him. They were an affront to everything he believed in. And so the verdict was simple. Destruction. He skittered past the other officers in the mess without a glance at them. Well, not directly at least. His compound eyes gave him almost 270 degrees of vision without moving his head. His pseudo-pupils were off-putting to those that were unfamiliar with his people, as they made it appear as though he was always looking directly at said observers. He wasn't, not really. He left the building and stepped out onto the paved walkway that sat near the edge of one of the main routes through the camp. The roads were made of quick bond asphalt and fast-setting duracrete for the most part. They served to make it so that the many vehicles that constantly traversed the camp could move without issue. While they were not in one of Drivan 2's wet zones, the constant heavy traffic would still degrade dirt or gravel roadways to uselessness in weeks, if not days. So the pavement. These thoughts passed through his mind as he made his way along the paved blacktop towards the third armoured motor pool, the artillery park, as it was called among the ranks. He checked his surroundings before he crossed and stopped as he saw the huge armoured bulk of an M8A2E1 Quinton main battle tank rolling his way. The 81-ton behemoth was more than 2.5 meters in height, and its 140mm main gun was raised tall and proud in combat-ready position. He felt the rumble of its tracks through the pavement below him as it ground its way past. His antennae perked up a bit, and he waved to the commander, who was positioned out on one of the heavy tank's many machine guns. The human nodded and raised a hand in greeting before they were carried away by the mammoth vehicle. A slight feeling of awe passed through him, as it always did when confronted with the super-heavy armoured main battle line of the Union. The thick armoured plates of the departing tank seemed to give it an air of extreme power that almost made him wish he was assigned to one of the metal beasts. Almost, but not quite. Caviel crossed the road quickly as it was clear and walked to the guard post that allowed access to the artillery park. The Nerevith guard inside seemed a bit bored, but took his ID and checked it against the computer before handing it back. "Go give 'em hell for me, will ya?" the guard said as he took the proffered ID chip back. He looked at her, her indigo eyes and raven hair mixing with the deep rose of her skin to give her an intriguing appearance. His antennae rose in a friendly manner as he replied, "Of course, they won't even see it coming. Swift retribution will be dealt upon them." She nodded, a bit less put upon, looking as if his comment had given her the will to keep up her boring post. The interesting encounter wasn't all that unfamiliar to him, the Nerevith being a very actionable people after all. They hated sitting still and maintaining positions. They loved to attack, the offensive. The rush of wind as one charged a fortified position with nothing but courage and a rifle. It's what they had been bred for after all. Their culture and thousands of years of history almost entirely composed of brutal planetary wars on a scale that would make even a human green with horror. The effects of stress and trauma were almost entirely absent from them, and they would follow orders to the letter if directed by an officer of higher rank. Though that didn't always mean they had to like it. They could break, but it took a hell of a lot of firepower to get them to run. Caviel put thoughts of the grim succubine aliens aside as he focused once more on the task ahead. He was wending his way in between the various hulks of artillery vehicles. Here the wide bulk of an M699 SPG blocked his path. The long barrel of the human-designed artillery piece reached towards the sky. There, next to it, the much squatter form of a Nerevith-designed Bombard-class gun carrier sat, the idle vehicle armed with a truly menacing wide-barreled ordnance launcher. He made his way around the lightly armoured mobile gun battery and perked up instantly as he saw his pride and joy. Sitting ahead of him, the hull heavy with armour and the main gun looking like the cavernous maw of some ravenous beast, sat his charge, a Thunderscream assault gun, or TAG as some called it more simply. Emblazoned across the side, facing him in stylized lettering, were the words Oledsi Kas Vaspnik, meaning Old Man Death in Old Vinafelian, an apt name for such a powerful instrument of the Union's wrath. As he approached, he heard the sound of clanking metal and a hissing curse. A head poked out from the rear external engine compartment hatch and turned his way. The slightly grime-streaked Vinafel called out to him, "Hello, Sergeant. I got here a bit early to make sure he was running in tip-top shape. Good thing I did too, as he was a bit rattly, a loose bolt on the manifold. Nothing threatening, but I had to go over them all to make sure it was an isolated case," they said, their antennae tightly tucked across their back to avoid getting greasy too. Caviel gave the man a nod, a human gesture that was no less effective among his own people. Good work, Haggy. I figured as much, which is why I got out here early to keep you from taking the entire engine apart. I know you were thinking about it. Don't try to deny it, he added quickly as Haggy's faceplates moved slightly to reply. Haggy just closed their mouth and went back to working on the engine out of sight. The low, muttering curses told Caviel that they were making progress on their tasks. Haggy was his driver, the young man having only been in active service for a few years, but already a talented driver and maintenance worker. He was never one to trust his vehicle to the hands of others, and liked to perform most maintenance on the old man himself. Caviel saw no problems with this, as the young man was an excellent mechanic and had never failed to keep the assault gun in tip-top condition. Taking a deep breath through the spherical lungs that dotted his sides, he moved up to the vehicle and climbed up its side. The textured anti-thermal and magnetic armor coating provided ample hand and footholds to allow him access to the roof. The ATMAC coating was designed to prevent or at least mitigate the chances of magnetic mines being attached to the hull of his vehicle. So far, he hadn't had to test the idea, and that was just fine with him. He opened the top hatch and climbed inside, his long body taking a few seconds to fully enter the interior of the vehicle. He moved into the partially covered control couch that sat near the main gun. As both the commander and gunner of the vehicle, it was his duty to convey tactical data and choose targets for the main gun of the TAG. And what a main gun the old man had. The TAG was armed with a 280mm super-heavy rocket-assisted mortar launcher. The Stormhammer cannon was able to fire a variety of rounds, from regular high explosives and anti-fortification bunker busters to incendiary, and it even carried two 280F8 fusion rounds. The devastating 7-kiloton tactical nuclear devices capable of destroying virtually everything in a 100-meter radius and causing heavy damage up to a kilometer from the detonation site. The power to possess such potent weapons was only given to the most trusted and dedicated TAG commanders. He knew the destruction that such devices caused and had seen the devastation and fallout they left in their wake. To fire one was to become death incarnate. The slaughterer of more than just the enemies caught in the weapon's blast, but of every living thing that existed down to the very microbes. He sighed at the thought. He had never fired one of the fusion rounds in combat, and only once live on a test range. He said a small prayer to the mother that he would never have to use such a terrible weapon. The death they caused was almost beyond mortal comprehension. The beginning of the rebellion had seen the traitorous secessionists drop nuclear weapons on the defenseless inhabitants of Sector Eta. Entire cities of hundreds of thousands evaporated in an instant by the unprecedented first strike. Weapons of such terrible potency that they had been said to crack the very crust of the planet. He wasn't sure about that one, but what he had seen was the footage of the blasts caught from the point of view of some of the smaller towns on the planet. The sight of the darkened horizon being turned into a hateful sunrise had stuck in his mind, knowing that the ominous orange glow marked the deaths of countless innocents. Their blasted atoms cast into space by the force of the blasts. He found he was shuddering in anger, his lower hands creaking as he squeezed the piloting levers in his rage. He took a few more shuddering breaths. He needed to remain calm. Calm enough to punish those traitors for their crimes against the galaxy. He paused his checks as he heard the hatch above him open. He saw a dark silhouette against the blue sky above. The shadow climbed into the vehicle, their long, armored bodies similar to his, but slimmer, less heavily armored, with thick, chitinous plates. They looked at him, grey, compound eyes seeming to look straight back at him, even though he knew they were likely paying most attention to their assigned area. Caviel spoke up in greeting. "Good morning, Private. I appreciate you getting here a bit early." The woman twitched her antennae in a casual way that told him she was only partially paying attention to him. Her name was Joanna, and she was the youngest member of his crew, a skilled loader. She was also adept at maintenance. She often could be found spending time maintaining the vehicle with Haggy, the two seemingly made to get along well. He suspected that their relationship might run a bit deeper than that, but did not dwell on it. If they wanted to get to know each other, he had no right to get involved, as long as they maintained an air of professionalism while on duty, of course. His preliminary checks completed, Caviel climbed from his crash couch to the rear area of the tag. He wanted to make sure they had a full ammo stowage. It would be important that they had the proper loadout. He checked the partially armored wet racks, the ammo being surrounded by expanding oxygen inhibitors and ignition suppressants. That way, if the vehicle was to be penetrated by enemy fire, the ammo would likely fail to detonate in its racks. This was not a perfect method, of course, and so it was still recommended to evacuate the vehicle in the case of ammunition destruction, just in case. Looking at the racks, he nodded to himself. They had a full load of ammo, 24 rounds of varying types in 3 rows of 8 and 1 in the ready rack. The preloaded round looked to be a high explosive variant, likely fine as he didn't see an issue with it. If they needed to fire a different type of shell first, then that could be annoying, but the chances were low of that being the case. The ammunition looking correct, Caviel then moved back to the main crew compartment and then out the top hatch. As he poked his head through the hole, he noticed another figure scuttling closer. It was Freddy, his secondary loader and radio operator. In most armored vehicles, the commander would be the radio operator as well, but due to the conditions inside the tag, it was advantageous for the commander and radio operator to be on opposite sides of the vehicle. Hence the strange allotment of tasks. Freddy neared and gave him a 2-armed wave as he saw Caviel in the open hatch. "Good morning, Commander. I trust we are on schedule to depart. I tried to get here earlier, but was held up in the command sector with new orders for you," the man said as he reached the vehicle. He clambered up the side of the vehicle effortlessly and handed Caviel a manila envelope. The old-style paper documents a common sight to him due to the tag's allotment of nuclear arsenal. Due to the prevalence of cyber attacks and spying, it was common procedure to give instructions to such powerful armaments in a form that could not be overheard or stolen. Thus, the paper documents. The only way to see his orders were to be the ones physically holding them, and they were also easily destroyed in case of capture. It was seen as a useful, if a bit archaic, method of keeping secrets. He took the envelope with a nod and opened it as Freddy crawled into the tag through the secondary command hatch. Leaning an arm against the vehicle's pintle-mounted 10mm repeating railgun, he read his new orders. He had originally been tasked with following a patrol to the contested front, where they would be called to an active fire support role. It looked as if that position had already been filled, however. Instead, his new orders were to take a light escort to the secondary contested zone to the east and bolster the morning's counterpush. They had been heavily shelled the night before and were expecting the rebels to make a concerted push sometime in the next few days. It would be his job to soften the enemy up a bit before a preemptive strike. This suited him just fine. All it meant was that they would get into the thick of it a bit sooner. They would likely start shelling before lunch. He wondered to himself if they would receive a resupply so as to keep fighting all day, or if they would be returning to camp when they had expended their main ammo reserves. The question was important, but not one he could expect to answer sitting around in the artillery park. They would need to get out on deployment to figure this mystery out, most likely. He folded the envelope and tucked it into the inner pocket of his military uniform. Not that he didn't trust the others with the document, but his orders were to keep such information close to his chest after all. He gazed over the rear of the vehicle and saw Haggy tinkering with the exhaust manifold of the main engine. "Haggy, finish it up! We are leaving in the next 22 minutes, he ordered. Haggy seemed to talk to himself quietly, the faint hiss of expelled air the only discernible sound from the man as he worked. After a moment of this, he turned and looked up at Caviel. "Oh, yes, I will be done in only another minute or two. We should be good, as it is possible to be. The old man is running well like normal." Caviel was happy to hear that. It meant one less thing to worry about during deployment. They had never had a catastrophic breakdown on deployment yet, but it was always a minor possibility, one he had no wish to encounter. And so he let Haggy and Joanna tinker with the tag as long as they always put it back together again when they were done. As a result of this, his Thunder Scream was likely the most smoothly running heavy assault gun in the whole planetary battle zone. He felt a bit of pride at that. It was only right after all. The Union fielded hundreds of similar vehicles across the massive warfront, but in all of them, only a few were armed with tactical nuclear weapons. He and his crew were one of the only ones allotted the ability to carry tactical nuclear weaponry in their camp. He started from his thoughts as the heavy clunk of an armored panel closing behind him made him turn. Haggy seemed to be done on the engines, his body streaked with grime, and his uniform slightly less than pristine. But Caviel wasn't about to reprimand the young man on his appearance. He was a remarkable driver after all. "Haggy, are you done with your maintenance?" he asked the younger man. Haggy's antennae perked up immediately as he noticed Caviel. "Yes, sir, we are in perfect running order. I bet I even managed to raise the efficiency of the engine slightly, as it seemed to be cleaner than the last time I opened it up. This will in turn give me more power to work with while maneuvering," he started to say, but Caviel cut him off before he could really get going. Yes, that's great to hear, Haggy. Please take your place inside as we are about to roll out." Haggy seemed a bit let down by his reluctance to hear the vaunted attributes of the newly refurbished engine, but did as ordered. Caviel checked his assistant, the small wrist device, able to provide a variety of functions. It was almost deployment time, 0900 local time. He clambered back into the tag and settled into his command position. The optics arrayed before him as both electronic screens and old-fashioned periscopes in case of electrical failure. Checking his screens, he saw that they were clear at the rear to depart the park. He looked at his assistant again, 3 minutes till. What the dark. Might as well get going a little early, he figured. He picked up the specially designed headset and placed it over his head. The speakers were positioned over the tympanal organs just under his eyes on the front of his head, an arrangement different from many other races that had their hearing organs on the sides of their heads. "Okay, Haggy, start it up. Take us out slowly. We aren't in any hurry," he said confidently over the internal comms. Haggy made an affirmative noise and turned the vehicle's main power plant on, the huge biodiesel engine roaring to life. Such was its power that the entire 68 tons of the tag shivered slightly. Haggy began to move them, the huge vehicle juddering slightly as it began to move slowly on its wide tracks. Caviel kept an eye on his screens. He trusted Haggy implicitly, but it never hurt to keep an extra set of compound eyes on the situation. He watched as they crept out into the yard's main lane and then started towards the gates. The Nerevith guard he had spoken to earlier received a notice of scheduled departure and opened the gates for them with a wave. Haggy gave her a small blare of the horn in response. The tag made its way out onto the main road, its tracks grinding against the Duramite roadway without damaging the super-hard cement. Caviel kept his eyes out for obstructions and other things that might cause them issues, but saw none. The road was clear as they rumbled along towards the mustering point. Essentially, just a large cleared area where troops, vehicles and VTOL aircraft could be gathered in one place before heading out. The old man rolled out onto the large open patch of Duramite, and Caviel checked the IFF to see where his escort was. The computer sorted through the signals till it located two in particular. He read the screen. It listed off a series of numbers that identified the two vehicles he was to rendezvous with. The identifiers read as Hull number 300, 324, IFV 542, 2 Haggard Grinskull, and Hull number 300, 324, IFV 542, 3 Sail Onessa. They were a pair of M3A2 Edward infantry fighting vehicles, these particular IFVs also of human design. They were armed with a 40mm autocannon, 12.7mm coaxial heavy machine gun, and 40mm automatic grenade launcher each. This wasn't exactly the same level of destructive armament that the old man was wielding, but against light targets or infantry it would be perfectly deadly. As a light escort, the two vehicles were not there to act as frontline combatants anyways. They were simply there to make sure he was able to complete his orders without the fear of an ambush. Caviel directed Hagi to their escort over the internal comms and popped the top hatch before poking his upper body through it. Not something he would do in the contested zone, but behind friendly walls it was safe enough. That, and he always liked to see the people he was trusting his life and the lives of his crew to, before they potentially got into a dangerous situation. The air was warm, and the sun was fully over the horizon now, the warm rays illuminating the area brightly. He saw the two Edward IFVs sitting side by side like a pair of bodyguards near the far exit. Their respective commanders seemed to have the same idea as him, sitting with their upper bodies jutting from their vehicles. As the old man Death ground to a halt in front of the two vehicles, he took note of the two soldiers in front of him. The left vehicle stood out to him immediately as its entire front was covered in the stylized white skull motif of a grinskull. The savage carnivore features turning the somewhat dull, blocky vehicle into a symbol of terror and power. The human man atop the armored vehicle saw him and gave a crisp salute that Caviel returned with his uppermost arm. The man lifted his headset and called out, "Are you Staff Sergeant Caviel?" Caviel had to partially remove his headset as well to hear the man and replied loudly so as to be heard over the growl of engines, "Yes." Plessis switched to local channel 400.6. He waited a moment as the two men fiddled with their headsets and then looked back at him. "That's much better," he said as he replaced his headset, and the sound of power-hungry engines immediately lessened. The other man spoke this time, a Slaveth male. The vehicle he was situated atop was similar in structure to the first, but differed in the style of its paint. It was painted a muted blue-grey and had a pair of female Slaveth painted across the front. They might have been very pretty, but Caviel couldn't really tell, the scaled and frilled alien women looking a bit too different for him to judge. "You are a bit early," the vehicle's commander gurgled to him. Caviel just shrugged with his three upper pairs of arms and replied, "Better early than never, I suppose. Sergeant Gershnik, Sergeant Julius, am I correct?" he asked them as he remembered the names the IFF had shown him. The human, Sergeant Julius, gave a vigorous nod and said, "Yes, indeed. We got you covered. Though I must admit I am a bit apprehensive about our new orders. We are moving into a hot zone with minimal support and virtually no backup." Gershnik seemed a bit less worried, but raised his own point. "We are to cover your vehicle as you commence shelling of enemy fortified positions. Do you know if our deployment has a resupply planned or not?" Caviel's antennae rose as his thoughts from before came back to the fore of his mind. I don't know. I was wondering the same thing as is. It is not specified in the orders. My guess is that no resupply is planned, or they would surely have mentioned it. The two other men exchanged glances and then saluted him again, to which he responded appropriately. Well, if there is nothing more to discuss, then I suggest we head out forthwith. He got 2 affirmations in return, and the men re-entered their vehicles, their hatches closing with 2 metallic thuds. Caviel hunkered back down into his command area, the hatch closing behind him with a meaty clank. He said, Haggy, we are green to go. Proceed to the targeted zone. Take the safe route. We are ahead of schedule. Over the comms he said, Caviel to escort. We are moving out. Please fall in a defensive formation, 1 in front, 1 trailing. Sergeant Julius took the lead with Sergeant Gershnik moving in behind them. They all knew the location of their new orders, and so Caviel watched through the screens as Haggy followed the lead IFV out onto the main lane and towards the edge of the camp. It took only a minute of driving to reach the main gate checkpoint. Again he popped the top hatch. While not expressly required, it made for an easier interaction when the gate guards could see if you were really you. Julius was checked and waved through before the tag moved up to the checkpoint proper. The heavy assault gun came to a stop, and the main guard walked close to inspect the vehicle quickly. Seemingly satisfied with their cursory examination, they walked over to a spot underneath Caviel's position atop the armored vehicle. Caviel noted their features, a Nerevith male, his short horns barely poking from the somewhat scruffy black hair covering his head. He pointed up at him and asked loudly, Order authorization code. Caviel handed a small card to the man. It was his electronic authorization ID badge, and should tell the guard he was who he said he was, as well as his current license to leave the base with heavy armament. The slender man checked it with his reader, the tablet flashing a few times before showing a small wall of green text. The man handed his card back and waved him through. The old man started to move as Haggy spooled up the engine. Caviel gave the guards a casual wave and salute that they returned. No sense in getting annoyed. They were just doing their jobs after all. After all 3 of them had made it through the main checkpoint, they headed out into the city proper. Well, what was left of it? The military encampment was stationed on the outer limits of Vastelnok, the city one of the primary manufacturing bases of Drevan II. Such was its importance that the hegemony had elected to try and take the city with a ground invasion instead of just shelling it from orbit. The macro cannons of any Yaun battleship would have easily reduced the city to ashen rubble. But the factories and foundries of Vastelnok were a critical recourse to the war effort for both sides. The HIS forces had made landfall in the early part of 775 PU and had proceeded to set up near the southern portion of the huge municipality. That had been over 2 years ago. The grueling ground war had reduced a large portion of the city to ruins. Many of the manufactories that the hegemony had originally captured now lay in shattered ruins from missile strikes and brief orbital bombardments. Drevan II had originally held air superiority for the beginning part of the war, but this had quickly waned as existing fighters were shot down or disabled. The orbital coverage wasn't much better, with both sides having dedicated defensive stations in position over their camps, and the Union forces having a battery of Zachary cannons. While they were still subject to probing bombardments from time to time, the damage done by these were generally minimal, as counter-ordnance defense platforms were able to deflect or destroy a large percentage of incoming fire. The only thing that still threatened the camp were close-range ballistic missile attacks, though they were rare now that the main defense cordon had been pushed more than 15 kilometers away. He looked around, the screens giving him a clear view over the surrounding area. They were driving through the city proper now, this far from the front line. Many buildings still stood tall, if damaged. Most had blown out windows and chipped facades, their once bright faces now streaked with ash and grime. Their garish paint jobs cracked and sullied by the fallout of a protracted war. Many of the structures here were residential in nature and still housed refugees who refused to flee completely. As they ground by one of the buildings, a 3-story apartment complex with a faded yellow exterior, a small figure waved to them from a porch. It was a young human boy, dirty and slightly disheveled looking. The small boy nevertheless waved to them excitedly. Caviel could see the excitement on the boy's face and felt compelled to give the tag's horn a blast. He hissed quietly in amusement as the boy jumped first in surprise and then waved more excitedly. It was a wholesome reminder of why he was here. He wasn't here to protect some government claim or obscure corporate structure. He was here to protect people. The hegemony had showed on multiple occasions its chilling lack of regard for sapient life. He thought of the attacks on Sabith and the destruction of the Goldbard system. Cowards attacking civilian targets. The attacks had killed tens of thousands of innocents that had been defenseless. The fact that they had been defenseless was a sore point in his mind. The Union should have known the levels the traitors would stoop to. There had even been murmurs of an attack on Gorlich Station. He wasn't sure if they were true or not. Surely not even the rebels would stoop to the point of attacking a neutral zone. That would be almost unthinkable in its cruelty, as the mega-station was home to thousands of young families that had fled the war after the destruction of their homes. The station had been declared a neutral zone for the rehabilitation of refugees left destitute by the wanton destruction of the rebellion. Such thoughts would serve no purpose but to darken his already tenuous positive outlook. He checked their position again. They were well to the east of the main bulk of the fighting. Many of the reports coming in on the local network were from dug-in defensive positions and anti-air SAM sites. It seemed as though the eastern edge of the front was quiet at the moment. Some minor skirmishing and light contact all across the front, but no concentrated attacks or armored pushes for the last 10 hours at least. If he could have frowned, he would have instead. His antennae twitched in consternation. That wasn't like the rebels to leave them so untouched for so long. Caviel didn't like it. It felt too much like a build-up. The rebels were likely gearing up for a large offensive push, and they would be right in front of it. Turning to his command screen, he messaged his escort. "Stay alert. Something feels wrong." The blue text looked like some prophetic declaration of suffering. He shook his head slightly, unable to blink as he observed the surrounding area. The screens showed a more and more dilapidated vision of hell on the ground around them. Crushed buildings, burnt-out vehicles waiting to be salvaged, and cratered debris that had once been fortified positions. They were close to their objective point now. They were to set up about 1.5 kilometers from the current front line and connect to command post Alpha 30 Kilo in Sector 18. The post was commanded by a grizzled human that Caviel had worked with before. One Captain David Melisner, the man had a reputation for holding his ground under fire, and it was well deserved. His position was one of only 2 on the entire Eastern Front that had not been abandoned a single time over the duration of the fighting. It was seen as a hardpoint and linchpin of the Eastern defensive line. To his left, he saw the flashes of muzzle fire, bright traces from an anti-air emplacement reaching towards the sky far above. He couldn't see what they were shooting at. However, it could have been an enemy bomber, cruise missile, or extremely unfortunate cloud drifter, the large flying creatures big enough to set off radar alarms. It would not really matter what it was. If it was a bomber or cruise missile, They wouldn't be wasting their precious munitions on 2 light vehicles and a single artillery piece. Probably, he said to himself with a bit less confidence than he liked. Nothing he could do about it either way. The TAG wasn't equipped to deal with air targets, and neither were the Edwards IFVs escorting them. He was jostled slightly in his crash couch as the TAG rolled over the remains of a collapsed building that had strewn itself across the street. This close to the main bulk of the fighting, many of the once colourful structures of Vastelnock had been reduced to so much rubble and debris. He had 2 of his lower arms, gripping hand-rungs, to stabilize him against the rough ride, however, so it ultimately didn't bother him. He wondered briefly to himself how the humans got anything done with only 2 arms and 2 legs. He almost shuddered, his antenna twitching in discomfort as he thought of only having 4 limbs. What a terrible fate of evolution, and not just the humans. Most of the other races of the Union had only 4 limbs as well. At least the Scorp had a handy number of limbs, still not enough, but 10 was much better than 4. He checked their surroundings again, ever vigilant for signs of enemy combatants or worse, incoming smart munitions like the Astral Wrath IPM system. Such munitions could be stopped by the active protection systems of the Edwards IFVs, but he really didn't want to take that chance. No sense tempting the Mother's fates after all. He had always wondered why the top brass and command folks didn't see the good sense of mounting such protective systems to mobile artillery and the like. Surely they were just as worthy of the protection as more frontline units. It must have been some sort of ranks shit-cost-saving measures. Haggy spoke out over the internal comms, nearing mission location, Commander. Should I put it in siege mode as soon as we stop? He asked. Having gone over this many times before, Caviel gave the smallest of sighs, the small sound covered by the rumble of the vehicle's powerful engine. Yes, please do. Switching to the local area communications network, he found the local defense net and reported in. Sector Command, this is Staff Sergeant Caviel, reporting in for Heavy S support role in Sector 7. He waited a second for a response, and then a slightly stifled voice crackled through. The telltale gurgling accent of a Slavith spoke, "Receiving you, Staff Sergeant. Please confirm hull number, please." Caviel replied immediately, and from memory, hull number 324, FR 441-1. After a few seconds, the voice returned. Identity confirmed. Go ahead with fire support. We'll call. Handle, old man. Thanks for coming. We have a series of targets for you already. Fire mission target enemy positions as marked. Sending you the coordinates now. Please confirm receipt. Caviel checked the screens in front of him. After a moment, the secondary command screen flared as it received new targeting data. Fire mission received, thank you, Sector Command. The link was severed without any ceremony, not that he cared at all. They were in a war zone, not at some military ceremony after all. He loaded the coordinates as well as the data into the targeting computer of the TAG. The mission called for a double strike on a fortified position 4 kilometers away, 2 HE rounds. Turning to Joanna and Frederick, he commanded, "Load high explosive, follow with another high explosive, then wait for orders." They went to work without question, the actions and responses drilled into them by many such missions over the last few years. He kept his attention on them in his peripherals, while also maintaining his watch on the main screen. His 270-degree field vision, making the task doable if a bit strenuous. After a minute, the meaty thud of metal on metal reached his tympanal organs, followed shortly by the deeper thud of the breach closing shut. Frederick announced over comms, "High explosive loaded." Without hesitation, Caviel depressed the firing trigger on his gunner's station. A tremendous noise filled the cabin of the vehicle, less a noise and more a wall of pure force. It rocked the Thunderscream assault gun back on its tracks. Even the vehicle's 68-ton weight was not enough to fully dampen the main gun's behemoth recoil. With a sense of awe that always followed the first firing of the main gun, Caviel watched on the scanners as the huge 280mm mortar rocketed through the air, seemingly as graceful as a juleps in flight. After no more than a few seconds, he got a confirmation on his screen. Target was hit, negligible drift on the shell. He saw that Joanna was already busy hauling another of the heavy projectiles out of the ammo stowage. She wrestled it onto the railed ammo cart and then ran it to the breech while Freddy extracted the spent propellant cap from the previous shot. From there, it was a simple matter to shove the new shell as far in as it would go and then close the breech. Freddy again relayed, "High explosive loaded." Taking the barest fraction to double-check that their firing angle had not shifted, he depressed the trigger again. The same wall of force slammed through him, his armored body more than capable of standing up to the force of the blast. The shell sailed up and up in a mighty arc before dipping below the line of sight in the far distance. A flash of light and plume of barely visible smoke lifted from the distant detonation on the screens, and he nodded to himself. He knew it was another successful hit even before the confirmation came in moments later. This was why he existed, to deal out the Union's punishment on those who would cause chaos and despair. "2 confirmed hits, both good," he hissed loudly to the others. Caviel checked his orders again. Their next target was a big one. A fortified structure that was housing not 1, but 3 heavy gun installations. High explosives were acceptable, but thermobarics were recommended. That way the structure and any underlying infrastructure would be destroyed by the extreme low-pressure detonation. "Next load, thermobaric," he ordered, while adjusting the vehicle's targeting parameters. Their new fire mission required the traverse of the vehicle's hull, and Haggy immediately complied to the new direction upon receiving the new bearing, the vehicle shuddering slightly as it ground the rubble under its tracks to powder. After a moment, they had their new firing position locked, and Caviel input the coordinates into the firing computer. While it was possible to aim the massive gun manually, it was generally not necessary while the vehicle was powered. He thanked the mother for that. He had trained with the manual cranking mechanism before, and it was a massive pain in the carapace, to be blunt. The new firing solution finished its adjustments to the main gun, and he waited till Freddy confirmed the gun was armed and ready. Taking a minor note of their position, he pressed the trigger. That all-too-familiar pressure washed through the fighting compartment, making his vision swim for a bare moment. He watched the shell on the outer feed as it rocketed up and away, falling slowly in a titanic arc that saw it disappear into the distance under a row of shattered towers. A second later, a series of bright flashes lit the horizon, and he twitched his antennae in satisfaction. That had looked like a direct hit, with secondary munitions cooking off. Generally, a giveaway that a fighting position had been wiped out. The breech of the mortar launcher groaned slightly as Freddy and Joanna opened it. The smell of burnt propellant wafted through the hull and was quickly pulled out by the vents. In the case of a biological or chemical attack, the vents could be sealed, but they were very useful in keeping the fighting compartment breathable in the meantime. The large spent casing was discarded back into an empty ammo rack as Freddy and Joanna readied themselves for another order. Caviel looked through their orders. They had 2 more firing orders to finish before they went to standby status. Looking at them, he selected the closer of the 2. A prefabricated bunker had been pulled into a crossroads the night before. The spine-spitter heavy machine guns inside were keeping the local sector from advancing on it. A single anti-fortification shell should sort it out. Once again the cabin shook as Haggy adjusted their positions slightly. "Load armor piercing," he said with a slight hiss over his headset. True to their training, Freddie and Joanna immediately complied. The heavy shell was slightly more angular than the high explosive variants they had used so far. As a bunker buster round, it was designed to pierce either 375 millimeters of face-hardened steel or about 2¼ meters of reinforced duracrete. From the report he was reading of the bunker, it seemed to be a hardened steel cage faced with thick slabs of duracrete. It wouldn't stand up to a direct hit from the tag. The thunk of the breach closing was like a death bell tolling for the souls of the rebels sheltering inside the distant fortress. With a sense of determination, Caviel fired the main gun. This time the vehicle was pressed down instead of back. The high firing angle of the shot slamming the recoil into the ground under the tag's wide tracks. This time he had a live feed from an officer on the front. The webbed hands of a Slaveth gripped a Joule 2000 laser rifle, and the picture showed a large squat box sitting in the middle of a desolate crossroads. The buildings to either side had given up entirely, their shattered remains forming slight mounds of rubble that the rebels had piled into improvised bulwarks and trench lines. The prefab bunker dominated the square. As he watched the feed, a stream of tracers from the mounted heavy machine guns lashed out across the Union lines. The suppressive fire didn't seem to hit anything, but it did its job and kept the friendly troops pinned while the rebels set up their heavier guns. As he watched, a dark mass smashed into the roof of the bunker suddenly. The feed jerked as the roof of the structure was lifted off by an explosion, the fire and smoke exiting from every single opening in the structure. Rubble was catapulted dozens of meters into the air, some of it raining down on the Union lines. The hegemony forces fared much worse. With the loss of their cover, dozens of them were mowed down by retaliatory fire from the freshly motivated Union troops. The picture rose as the officer attached to it stood and ordered a charge. Caviel shifted his antennae till they brushed the roof of the cabin. It was a clean hit. To see the old man's handiwork inspire such instant courage was uplifting. "Direct hit," he exclaimed. "That filled in their burrows for sure," he chuckled. The local comms fizzed slightly as another voice spoke. "That was a hell of a shot, Sergeant. God damn, it was beautiful." Caviel started slightly, then perked up as he realized it was Julius, one of the IFV commanders. "Thank you, Julius. I can't take all the credit. The old man did most of the hard work after all," Caviel responded. The other man chuckled over the mic and was quiet for a minute as Caviel turned back to his last firing mission. Julius spoke again and said, "Well, it doesn't matter anyways. You are the one I'm giving my thanks to. You have saved our boys out there countless times. I just hope I get the opportunity to return the favor one of these days, Staff Sergeant." Caviel nodded, even though the other man couldn't see him. "Thank you. I hope the day doesn't come anytime soon. If you need to protect me, it means something has gone terribly wrong," he said. The comms stayed silent. He piled his focus back onto the task at hand. Their last pre-selected mission was on an extensive system of trenchworks that spanned an open field between two large structures. While a high explosive shell would do damage, it likely would not provide enough of an opening for friendly forces to push the gap. He widened the call and sent a signal to Sector Command. "Sector Command, this is Old Man. Current firing solution, ISS unsatisfactory. Recommend switching to incendiary round." The same gurgling Slaveth voice replied, "I read you. Hold for a moment, please." He hissed in annoyance. He knew he was right. But of course, any change in orders had to be approved through command. That was the biggest gripe Caviel had with the way the Union did things. There was always somebody in charge, and they didn't always like to listen to reason. He could only hope that the current idiot in charge was smart enough to see the point of his recommendation. An incendiary shell would clear the trenches, without damaging them very much, thus leaving the Union forces free to move up and occupy them. This would be a much better solution than just blasting the fuck out of them, though it would likely have the same effect in the short term. Hagi spoke up as Caviel was still waiting on a response. It would be nice if we could operate with a bit more autonomy. Caviel let out a long exhale and agreed, yes it would, though I understand why they don't. Can you imagine the anarchy if everyone was able to do what they thought was the best way? Chaos, he finished. Hagi turned away slightly, seemingly thinking it over. This time it was Joanna who spoke. I am fine taking orders as long as they are well defined. Caviel waved a few arms for silence as his headset cracked to life again. It was the Slaveth again. Sector command to Old Man. Your suggestion has been taken into consideration. You may change to incendiary ammo. Good luck. The link cut without another word. Generally, they would at least give him an opportunity to respond, but it seemed like they must have had other more pressing matters than them. Whatever it was, it likely wouldn't affect their mission too much. He turned to get a fuller view of the others and said, New orders. Load incendiary. Freddie and Joanna complied, reaching for a blue-tipped shell with white warnings scrawled across its black lower portion. Caviel hated incendiaries almost as much as he hated nuclear weapons. They caused unnecessary suffering, in his opinion, though he couldn't argue with their effectiveness. They got the job done, and right now he had a job that needed doing. The firing computer calculated a steep arc and set the shell to airburst 20 meters over the target, ensuring maximum spread on the compound. All he had to do was pull the trigger and it would be out of his hands. Such a small action, no effort at all, really. Caviel pressed the trigger. The main gun screamed as the rocket-assisted mortar soared up into the sky. He turned to Hagi and said, Move us 50 meters east. It would be embarrassing to get counterfired if they are paying attention. The vehicle rumbled as it moved slowly over the rubble to a new firing position. The risk of counter-battery fire was omnipresent. They had been counter-fired upon several times before. So far, the heavy armor of the tag had held up. But why risk it? Their escort followed them, staying close. Caviel checked their communications with the local area network again as they stopped, still quiet. This was the worst part of the war on Draven 2, the waiting. He could deal with the fast pace of coordinated fire missions, but the one thing he had always struggled with was downtime. The communicator flashed at him, signaling another good hit. They were to remain on standby but transition 400 meters to the north. His antennae lowered at that. They would put them right behind the main push. If the secessionists counterpushed, then they would be right in their path. Then again, it made sense to have them there, as it would lower the time to call in support. Orders were orders after all, he told himself, while letting out a mildly strained, hissing sigh. He motioned to Freddie and Joanna that they were getting ready to move. Hagi, Sector Command wants us to move 400 meters north to the marked location. Let me tell our escort and then move out. Hagi's antennae rose as they responded. We are moving closer? Freddie replied. Looks like it. Ready when you are, Commander. Caviel gave Freddie a thumbs up as he connected his comms to the two IFVs that escorted them. Sergeant Gershnik and Julius, we have new orders. I have sent the location of our new position to you. Go ahead and follow on this one. We are not moving that far. Caviel out. He finished with relative vigor. They would need to be careful moving near contested zones. He had been shot at once before by jumpy friendly troops. They hadn't done any substantial damage, but Hagi had been furious about it. Caviel grabbed onto a couple nearby handholds as Hagi threw the old man Death into reverse and whipped it around by locking the left track. Well, he whipped it as much as he was able. The result was a slightly jarring semicircle turn on the spot. While it was a bit bumpy, it was much faster than taking a regular corner. The rubble pinged off the underhull as he completed the turn, the sounds reminding Caviel of settling burrows or heavy rain. Caviel let go of a few of the handholds, but not all. Hagi was known to be a bit of a zealous driver after all. The haggard Grinskull and the sail Onessa fell in behind them, the two IFV's turrets skewing left and right. They seemed a bit on edge, and Caviel couldn't blame them. They were moving up towards the front. Well, where the front had been that morning. It was now a few hundred meters further forwards, which was the main reason they had been tasked to move up as well. The front had more or less stayed in the same place for the last few years. When the secessionists had originally landed, they had taken ground in huge swaths as the surprised defenders fell back. But soon the Union forces had cemented their positions, and the rebels smashed into their Titan steel defenses. The war had ground to a sudden halt, both sides pushing men and machines into the grinder of no man's land to no avail. After a time, a stalemate had settled, with neither side attacking or withdrawing. Occasional pushes gained meters of ground, but counter-pushes often took the stolen territory right back. Caviel wasn't one to belittle the efforts of the Union's defenders on Draven II, but even he had to admit they had made precious little progress in pushing the attackers off the planet. The main problem lay in logistics. The rebels had taken a few of the heavy industrial sectors before they were stopped, and the result was that they had the ability to both repair and construct new vehicles and armaments to a similar degree to the local forces. With sympathetic elements of the local population fleeing to the hegemony-held lands, they had a strong workforce that had all the reasons in the world to help their side win. The war had stagnated into a grueling tug-of-war with the city of Vastelnok right in the center. The city of pastel delights and towering industrial stacks had largely been reduced to cratered ruins and rubble-strewn passages that were coated in a thick layer of ash and dust. Even if they won and the rebels were defeated, the city would never be the same again. There were too many scars to heal fully. 6 months into the ground war, an enemy missile had struck an ammunition manufacturing center, and the resultant detonation was nearly nuclear in scale. Almost 500 square kilometers of the city had been flattened and coated in layers of toxic chemicals that required the use of respirators to traverse even now. The amount of damage done had left a huge crater that had since filled in with poisoned water and corrosive sludge. It was an area that many had begun to refer to as the quagmire due to the extreme difficulty of moving through the thick, clinging morass. Caviel was jostled as the tag ramped over another pile of scattered debris, and he hissed low in annoyance. The streets were routinely cleared by engineering vehicles, but constant shelling and missile strikes saw the roads continually cluttered with additional rubble. "Slow down a bit, Hagi! You are going to throw a track doing that," Caviel warned him. Hagi responded by throttling down slightly, reducing their speed from 40 to 36 kilometers per hour. "Thanks. That's a bit better," he told him, but Hagi just fluttered his antennae in silent protest. While they only had to move about half a kilometer, they couldn't travel directly there. Hagi had them taking a side road at the moment that should lead them right to their new firing zone. As if to spite his errant thought, the vehicle slowed to a stop. Looking at the front view on his monitors, he could see why. One of the buildings that bordered the street had fully collapsed, its rubble forming a steep embankment that would be dangerous to cross without stabilization. It did not extend all the way across the street, however. There was just enough room to squeeze by on the left side, and it was towards this that Hagi steered them. "Hold on to something. This is going to be a bit bumpy," Hagi said over comms with a smile in his voice. Caviel grabbed several handholds as the old man Death rolled up on the rubble and started to climb. The left side of the vehicle stayed level to the ground, but the right rode alarmingly into the air as it climbed the tip of the rubble heap. The engine groaned, and Haggy throttled up, the purr turning to a hungry roar as the engine sucked more diesel to power the tracks. Slowly at first, but gaining momentum, they crested the rubble hill and slammed back down on the other side, the entire vehicle seeming to shudder as it settled to level ground once more. Haggy nodded and slapped the side of the tag with his lower arms as he hissed, "Yes, that's how you do it." Caviel's antennae rose in amusement. Haggy loved a challenge and would often take the most difficult path on training runs to challenge himself. It certainly came in handy in situations exactly like this. They moved forwards a bit as the two escorting IFVs moved through the gap behind them. The IFVs were just slightly slimmer than them, and so had less trouble squeezing through the narrow gap. Once through, they fell back into position and signaled they were all set. Haggy took them out again, the sound of the rubber-surfaced tracks on the hard pavement muffled by his headset, but the vibrations shaking his carapace. They reached the new firing position with no problems, the stretch of flat cleared ground looking like the remains of an old parking lot. While a great deal of public transportation had existed in the city before it was destroyed, not everyone had used it, facilitating the need for such areas. This, as well as the large, hardened pads, made ideal staging grounds for military use. Haggy drove them into the leftmost portion of the lot, the pinging of crushed masonry on the lower hull almost drowned out by the growl of the engines as the vehicle slowed to a halt. Caviel checked the perimeter using the advanced scanners on the outside of the tag's hull, the picture feeds being piped directly over to his command screens. It looked clear. No heat signatures or targeting lasers detected. He would have only been slightly surprised if there had been enemy contacts here. Both sides were pouring considerable resources into espionage and sabotage. One of the main reasons they had the checkpoints at every major mustering field was to counter the spies and insurgents that the rebels were constantly sending over. Caviel sent a confirmation to Sector Command that they had reached the new position, and in response, he was relayed another series of firing missions. The work never ended for the just, it seemed. Caviel inputted the new orders as Haggy adjusted their position. Julius and Gershnik relayed all clear signals to him as well. It was going to be a long day, but a fruitful one it seemed. Over the course of the next 40 minutes, Caviel and the crew fired off another trio of shots, the high-explosive shells doing much to alleviate the strain on the front line. With each shot, he grew more and more nervous. The front line was shifting again, this time towards the rebel backline at a more accelerated rate than was normal. Caviel knew from experience that nothing in this conflict was gained that easily or bloodlessly. Something was going on, and he was worried that it might come back right at them as they were sitting right behind the main push. "Load high explosive," Caviel commanded, as a new set of firing orders came through. The front had been progressing rapidly, making over 2 kilometers of ground in the last hour. It didn't feel right to him. There was too much that could go wrong. A break in the line, a counter-push. His antennae drooped in worry, and Haggy gave him a look. Caviel shook his head and continued watching their surroundings. It had been getting quieter as the fighting moved away. The silence was ominous. He felt a prickle of worry under his chiton, but before he got the chance to dwell on it, Freddy said, "High explosive loaded." Caviel checked his fire orders against their targeting system one more time, and then fired. The fearsome recoil slamming through the interior of the vehicle and dazing him for a bare moment, and in that second, all hell broke loose. Caviel jerked as something impacted the thick side armor of the tag, and then another. The sounds of the detonating impacts were like the snapping of thick bones through the insulating hull. "What in the mother's name was that?" Freddy hissed loudly as Caviel frantically checked the sensors to see what had hit them. It was no use, however, as they were shrouded in a thick cloud of dust kicked up by the main guns firing. They could have been surrounded by an entire company of armored vehicles, and the sensors on the tag would likely have not seen them through the hot exhaust. "Caviel to escort, what hit us?" Caviel demanded over the comms. Gershnik was the first to respond, the communication coming through slightly warped, which didn't help the Slaveth man's thick accent. "There, as all around us. They cam, to nowhere. Anti-vehicle weapon. Pinning fire now." The broken speech was followed immediately by the sound of at least one of the IFV's Hinkel Mk8 autocannons firing a long burst. This was followed by the thumps of an automatic grenade launcher. "Haggy, back us up out of this smoke. Get us between those IFVs now," Caviel said as calmly as he could. Now was not the time to panic, though his blood rushed faster and his spiracles were sucking air more heavily in response. He didn't have adrenaline like a human would have, but his body was still more than capable of amping its energy production up in anticipation of a fight or danger. The vehicle shuddered, though this time it was from the engine roaring to life and not enemy fire. As Haggy threw it into reverse, Caviel started to get a clearer picture of what was happening all around them. Surrounding them on three sides were a platoon of infiltrators in their distinctive grey ghillie suits. The woven material looked disturbingly like crushed masonry and debris. They also seemed to protect the soldiers from infrared detection, as they were not showing up on his sensors even as they cleared the smoke. A grey-suited figure ran in front of the tag in an attempt to get around their other side, but Haggy was ready for it. The driver fired the hull-mounted heavy machine gun. The bright tracers cut a bloody fissure through the soldier. As their bloody remains spilled onto the dusty ground, Haggy got the old man into the relative cover of their escort. One of the IFVs was on either side of them. Caviel let go of the handholds and was about to call for help from command when the entire vehicle was rocked by an impact from behind, causing him to smack his head against one of his screens. While he wasn't hurt in any significant way, the screen he had impacted was not so lucky. Sparks from its shattered screen fizzed and popped as smoke trickled into the fighting compartment from behind him. His comms crackled as Julius's voice came through. "Caviel, you just took a hit to your rear, right?" "Engine is dead," Haggy shouted at almost the same time. Caviel pointed to the smoke and said, "Haggy, engine took a hit. Get on it." The man left his crash couch without a word and skittered into the rear of the vehicle. Caviel saw him open the engine access hatch, which belched a cloud of noxious fumes and smoke, making the cabin smell of burned metal and spent propellant, the driver's long armored body disappearing inside. He couldn't do anything to assist at the moment, as he had bigger issues. They had enemies on three sides and only two escorts covering. Caviel popped the top hatch without hesitation and stuck his upper body out of the hole. His headset protected his tympanal organs from the worst of the noise, but still the sounds of desperate combat thudded through his body. The bright flashes of grenades and 40mm munitions lighting the smoky air like lightning in high clouds. The shapes of the two IFVs were almost obscured, such was the thickness of the surrounding smoke. The damn rebels must have thrown smoke grenades to obscure their vision. "Clever bastards," Caviel swore silently. He readied himself and turned to face their rear. There seemed to have been a few rebel infiltrators that had managed to get around behind them. He grabbed a hold of the pintle-mounted 10mm repeating railgun atop the command blister. While it had a much slower rate of fire than the hull-mounted heavy machine gun, it made up for it with pinpoint accuracy and a ludicrous amount of firepower. This was demonstrated for him as a figure was spotted running their way through the smoke. Caviel knew that any targets running up on them would be hostile in these conditions, and so did not hesitate to open fire. The bright bluish streaks of the hypervelocity slugs met the body of the figure, and they seemed to vanish. In their place was a pile of torn flesh and a thin pinkish mist. The attacker must have been Slaveth, he thought grimly as he scanned the area. He fired a few more times into the smog to encourage any additional rebels to think twice. While the weapon was powerful, he was nearly fully exposed while using it. Getting an idea, he hollered into the hull, "Joanna, grab me a rifle!" The tag was equipped with service weapons for him and his crew for just exactly these conditions. He didn't hear a reply, but not more than a few seconds later he felt something bump into his lower chest and grabbed it. Hauling it up with his third pair of arms, he saw it was one of their standard-issue Spectre 1 railguns. The weapon fired 50-gram projectiles at extreme velocities of over 1,600 meters per second, the impact heavy enough to destroy even lightly armored targets with ease. Caviel held the rifle at a low ready while simultaneously aiming the larger weapon with his uppermost arms. Again, he saw movement in the smoke and opened fire. At least one figure fell, their body a gory ruin, but the others rushed on. Caviel acted quickly, raising the rifle with his third arms. He fired a trio of slugs into the ghillie-suited figure that appeared not more than 18 meters from him. The rebel was thrown backwards from the force of the impacts, their body falling still almost instantly upon impacting the ground. A series of stabbing red beams issued from the dust, another of the rebels opening fire with a laser weapon of some sort. The stabbing beams impacted on the weaker rear armor of the tag with almost no effect, the power of the lasers insufficient to pierce the rolled armor plates. Caviel was another matter, however, and he hissed in anger and pain as one of the wild shots grazed his side. The pain was immediate but manageable. As it had been a near miss, instead of blowing a crater out of his body, it had instead seared an angry groove out of his carapace. "Shit!" he swore loudly as he jerked to the side instinctively. He fired both guns at the source of the beams and was rewarded with a cry and then silence. Breathing out heavily, he looked around. The sounds of combat had ceased, the silence deafening in comparison to the commotion only moments before. He opened the comms and spoke. "Caviel to Julius and Gershnik, are we clear?" The link spat static back at him. He looked to his escort, the blocky shapes of the two vehicles visible through the rapidly thinning smoke. They seemed all right. Some burns and superficial scarring to their exteriors, but nonetheless intact. They should have responded to his hail, seeing as they seemed operational, unless... He thought to himself silently. "Freddy, check comms," Caviel said quickly over the vehicle's internal link. He winced as the burn on his side made its existence known. He had been shot before, but it never got any less painful. Hissing in anger at the situation and in pain from his injury, Caviel closed the top hatch as he settled back into his command position. Before he could issue another order, Joanna had moved up beside him with a first aid kit and began to open it. "I can do it, Joanna, thanks," he started to say, but was cut off by the younger Vinarful woman. Her compound eyes seemed to bore into his as she flared her faceplates and raised her antennae. "Like hell. You went out there and got yourself shot protecting us. The last thing I'm going to do is let you waste your time patching yourself up. You command. I'll fix this," she said in a manner that left no room for argument. He shook his head slightly. There was no arguing with her in this situation, doubly so because she was right. He needed to be focusing on getting them out of their situation, not his laser burn. Freddy waved at him to get his attention and pointed to his own screen. It was covered in a multitude of data points and squiggly signal indicators, most of them red. "We are being jammed!" the man hissed angrily, as if the jamming was a personal attack on his character. Caviel thought hard, and then punched a few buttons on his still-functioning command screen. After a moment, Freddy tapped his own screen, and 2 of the signals turned a solid green. "This is Caviel to Julius and Gershnik. Be advised, we are being jammed. I have switched us to a direct tight beam laser link. Please activate your links to maximize the system's flexibility," he said over the open link. After a moment, his headset crackled to life, and the voice of Sergeant Julius came through, much clearer than before. "I was wondering why everything had gotten so quiet all of a sudden, huh?" He chuckled quickly. "You took a few good hits there. How are you holding up?" the man asked. Gershnik cut in before Caviel could reply, saying, "The area appears to be clear, but I strongly recommend falling back as this area is compromised. They may have called for missile support before we drove them off," the man said in his thick, guttural accent. He had a point. Caviel turned to ask about their status when Haggy appeared through the rear access hatch, grimy but in good spirits. "He's all good. Took a hit to the manifold, but it didn't penetrate. Just knocked some lines loose and burned a cable." "They have been replaced," the man said cheerfully, his antennae brushing the ceiling as he took his place in the driver's seat once more. Joanna finished her own repairs to his damaged side, and he nodded his thanks. Caviel reached over and slapped Haggy on his upper shoulder, saying, "Good work as usual, Haggy." Switching to open comms, he advised, "We are good to go, no significant damages. I agree with Gershnik. We need to move out now. Haggy, take us out. Escort follow behind. We are loading the main gun just in case." Pausing, he turned to Freddy and Joanna and said, "Give me a high explosive in the barrel. I want to be ready for anything." Haggy turned the engine over, the thrum a little shakier than it had been before. It didn't seem to be too bad, however, as they began to roll out. The tracks ground against the pavement below, and Caviel once more found himself thinking of the war and its cost. While the mission to save the city was technically paramount, he had realized over the last few years that what the Union High Command seemed to be most interested in was hurting the rebels. At virtually any cost as well. He had seen acts of terror perpetrated by both sides, and while he knew his cause was the just and right one, it was hard to see innocent civilians' homes burned to ash in the name of retribution. He gave a sigh as they moved out of the parking lot. This war was taking a toll on him and everyone. "Fuck those guys that say glory lasts forever," he thought vehemently to himself. There was nothing worth this cost in lives. Surely this whole war would end soon, and they could all go home. Haggy spoke up, interrupting his dark thoughts. "Caviel, where are we withdrawing to? Sector Command? Main base camp?" It was a good question. They were being jammed, a dead giveaway that the front line had likely experienced a broad-scale counter-push. Without knowing exactly where the lines were compromised, they had no way of knowing which areas of the battlefield were safe to traverse or not. Thinking hard, he racked his brain. Sector Command would be under fire surely by now. They could likely use the help. On the other hand, with the front being jammed, Central Command would likely have no idea how bad their situation was. He decided to confide with his escort to see what they were thinking on the matter. Caviel began hastily. "Caviel to escort. We have a situation. The way I am seeing it, we have 2 options. We can either make our way to Sector Command and hope it still stands." He trailed off as he tried to think of the best way to work the next part. A gurgling chuckle came through the link. Gershnik replied, "Or we can make a break for the main base. I assume that is what you were about to say?" he asked. Julius asked suddenly, the man's normally smooth voice a little tense. "There is no way we make it all the way back to base in one piece. We have infiltrator squads roving this far behind our front lines. That's not a good sign. That means that in all likelihood at least one part of the front line has crumbled. For all we know, the luck-damned rebels could be moving tank columns up the side roads as we speak. Or worse, super heavies," he said grimly. Caviel knew the chances were less than optimal, but what choice did they have? Both options were subpar at best and downright disastrous at worst. They could all end up deep in the mother's dark embrace if things went even slightly out of whack. Either way, they would have to make the decision soon. Haggy steered the vehicle away from the compromised firing position and towards one of the main roads. They would be coming up on a crossroads soon that would force their hand. They would either turn and move on the local area command center in hopes it was still standing, or they could continue onwards, making a mad dash for safety before the entire flank was crushed. The decision was made irrelevant as Haggy hissed and slewed the tag to a grinding halt. Julius swore over the open comms as the Grinskull was forced to make a similar emergency stop just behind them. Before Caviel could ask, Haggy hissed urgently, "Enemy vehicles front!" Caviel looked and nearly jumped out of his carapace. That had been an understatement. In front of the old man, not more than 80 meters away, was a small convoy of vehicles. Vehicles painted with the clenched fist of the hegemony instead of the soaring eagle of the Union. He used the laser rangefinder to target the convoy and attempted to fire the main gun, and swore as nothing happened. "Motherfucker!" he cursed loudly enough to make the others jump. He had forgotten to hit the emergency arming safety disabler switch. The tag's shells were equipped with arming switches that kept them from detonating too close to the vehicle on accident. While this was generally considered a great safety feature in most situations, the 250-meter arming distance on the HE shells had stopped him from firing. The vehicle's sensors had detected an error and thus stopped him from wasting a valuable shell, but it had also stopped him from obliterating the hegemony vehicles. Caviel punched in the override faster than he ever had before, his chitinous fingers flying over the commands. The instant the warning light flashed to amber, he fired. The enemy convoy consisted of 3 vehicles, 2 barricade-class heavy transport trucks, and a pulverizer HGC. What looked like a whole company of soldiers marched behind the vehicles, their weapons glinting in the afternoon sun. The shell flew true to its original aim, impacting the space between the 2 trailing trucks and detonating in a blinding flash. This close to the blast, Caviel could hear the pings of hypersonic shrapnel bouncing off the thick frontal armor of the tag. The results were as spectacular as they were deadly, the lead transport simply vanishing as a series of secondary detonations tore it apart. The other transport fared little better as its cabin was flattened by the blast wave. The soldiers who had been walking behind it either killed outright or knocked savagely to the ground by the sudden overpressure. The HGC jerked and ground to a halt as its rear wheels were shredded by shrapnel and fire. It seemed to fall still, and Caviel thought hopefully that it might have been destroyed. "Reload high explosive," he commanded quickly. His heart sank as he saw the pulverizer's turret move, the 164mm battle cannon slowly turning towards them. It was a race now. A race between the hydraulics of the enemy heavy gun carrier against the raw muscle of his loaders. It was a race that he knew they were going to lose. As the dark maw of the enemy's cannon turned to face them, Caviel heard the sound of automatic cannon fire. One of the escorting IFVs had opened fire on the enemy tank, the 40mm rounds doing nothing to the enemy vehicle's thick armored hide. The psychological effect of the rapid impacts must have screwed the heavy tank's aim, though, as it fired. The huge shell flew high and to the left, impacting on the most extreme angle of the tag's frontal glacis. A sound like a million gongs tolling in his head smashed through Caviel as the powerful round failed to penetrate their front. The entire vehicle vibrated with the power of the shot, but they were trained tankers of the Union. Freddie and Joanna pushed through the pain, their antennae pressed tightly against their backs in discomfort. A solid thunk echoed through the interior of the vehicle as the mortar shell was slammed home. "Just die, you bastards!" Caviel couldn't help but scream as he fired the shot. As if in slow motion, he watched the shell fly. The enemy vehicle was so close that the 280mm shell didn't even drop, the rocket motor propelling it along a flat arc directly into the side armor of the disabled tank. If the previous explosion had been blinding, this one was downright painful. The auto sensors on the front of the vehicle blacking out in static as they were temporarily overloaded. When they returned, the scene was one of carnage. The remains of the HGC were strewn around like the remains of a larva's meal. Torn pieces of thick armor spread over an incredible area. Caviel was in mild shock, his system overwhelmed with the events that had just happened in the last minute or so. He felt something touch him and jerked, a slightly feral hiss escaping his mouth before he could stop himself. "Whoa, you okay, Caviel?" Freddie's voice asked him. Caviel observed the interior for a moment before responding slowly. "No, not really. But I will be when we get back to base." Haggy gave him a concerned look, the man's faceplates flared open a bit and his antennae waving slightly. Caviel just waved a hand and said, "Move out to the base." That convoy looked bad. They were definitely moving to some sort of muster point. Julius, who had been listening in apparently, cut in. "Caviel, I agree that the main base is likely our only real option now. But you should let one of us lead. You got lucky not to be a smoking wreck right now, and if you had gone, you would have taken both of us with you," he said. It was true. The old man had enough boom on board to level a city block if it was detonated, something that was likely to happen if they were paid a surprise visit from an enemy shot. He gave a small sighing hiss as he thought it over. While he hated the idea of sacrificing anyone, it was true that the loss of one of the IFVs would be less damaging to their cause than the loss of the entire group in a single swoop. "You are right. You knew I would come to the realization sooner or later. Julius, the Grinskal will take point. Gershnik," he said to the Grinskal's commander. Gershnik responded, the man's signature style of blunt remarks unchanged as he replied, "I will take the rear then." "This seems like a fair idea, though I don't like this one bit, I will freely admit. My crew is a bit shaken up. We have a leaking coolant pipe. We tried to seal it with tape, but it's only a temporary fix. Without emergency maintenance, I'm not sure the Sail Ornessa will make it back to base." Caviel shook his head. This was bad, but again, he had no real choice. "Understood, Gershnik. We will look for a defensible area and attempt repairs as soon as possible. Keep alert. This is enemy territory now, it seems." Caviel slapped his crash couch with his lower arms in frustration as Haggy drove them behind Julius's IFV. This whole situation was buried. It was as if he had woken up inside a cave, only to find all the exits blocked. Panic threatened to set in, but he forced it down through sheer power of will. He would not be broken by this trial. He would get his crew out alive, and it would serve as yet another reminder as to the brutality of war. Another hidden scar to accompany the healing wound on his side. They had been driving for 5 minutes since they had destroyed the convoy without seeing any additional rebel activity, but they were not complacent. Both escort vehicles' turrets moved constantly, and Caviel himself was managing as many sensors and screens at a time as he could. He had instructed Freddie and Joanna to load another high-explosive shell into the main gun. It was best to be prepared for anything. While a HE round would not counter everything, it was by far the most generally effective round he had available. Well, besides the nukes, of course, but those were an absolute last resort. The roadway looked clear for the most part, but he didn't trust it. He had every active scanning system on the tag at full power. Hopefully it would detect things like hidden mines or buried charges. He jerked his head to one of his screens as a proximity alert screeched at him. "Contact!" was all he managed to say, before a loud bang rang on the frontal armor of the vehicle. The noise was loud, but not nearly as devastating as a vehicle-mounted weapon would have been. "Caviel to escort. We have contacts. 3 o'clock, he said, using the old call-outs he had been taught in military training. It wasn't quite as accurate as a bearing, and only worked if all troops were in the same orientation, but it was simpler in a pinch. They were taking fire from at least one two-man fire team. Caviel could see them on the scopes with their dagger-tooth recoilless rifle being reloaded by one of them while the other held it. The haggard Grinskull opened up almost immediately, its main gun firing a burst of high-explosive fragmentation shells that wiped the two-man fire team off the rubble pile. Their torn corpses rolled into the debris and out of sight. No sooner had the original threat been dealt with than 2 more fire teams popped up and fired after only a second to aim. Again a loud bang rang as one of the warheads struck the thick frontal armor of the tag to little effect. The armor was more than capable of shrugging off such light weapons fire. The sail Onessa was not so fortunate, however, as the second warhead slashed through its front track, causing it to slew to a halt. Gershnik's crew must have been stunned as their turrets stopped moving, and they ceased firing at that point. He hoped they hadn't been injured, as the shot looked to have only done external damage. He couldn't worry about that, however, as he said, "Freddie, escort halt." He grabbed a few handholds as Freddie applied the brakes. Without thought to his own safety, Caviel popped the top hatch and climbed up. He slewed the pintle-mounted 10mm railgun towards the enemy troopers who were now right beside them. They had a second to try and reload their launcher before a flurry of hyper-velocity shots tore through them. The other fire team was torn apart by fire from Julius in the other IFV. A piece of shrapnel from the 30mm rounds ricocheted off the roof next to him, making him flinch. "Julius, hold fire! Friendlies in the open!" he hissed into the open comms. "Mother, what the fuck was that, Caviel?" he heard Freddie say from inside the vehicle. Caviel stayed up top and replied as calmly as his slightly frayed nerves would allow. "That was me saving your tails. The Saile Onessa is down. We needed the additional covering fire." He looked around. Nothing else moved that he could see. The buildings to their left were naught but piles of misordered rubble. The brickwork shattered and the remains scorched by old detonation marks. He looked to the right. There was a small open field that was barren dirt and a few hardy scrub plants. He heard a clank and turned to look at the noise, aiming the vehicle-mounted weapon towards the sound. It took him a moment to see the source. The back hatch of the sail Onessa was open, and a small amount of smoke was issuing from it. As he watched, a figure stumbled out, gurgling and hacking. It looked like a Slaveth female. Her gills flared as she tried to clear her lungs. Another figure exited the vehicle, this one much wider at the shoulder and carrying a bag. It looked like a human from where he was sitting on the top of the tag. The human set down the bag as a third and final figure exited the disabled vehicle. It was Gershnik, and he looked like he was holding a Joule 2000 laser rifle. Caviel shouted to him, "Gershnik, are your crew all right?" The man looked around and then to him. He seemed torn between watching his crew and moving closer to Caviel, but finally he plodded over. His scaled feet made slight slapping sounds as his long, webbed toes impacted the rubble-strewn roads. "My crew is okay," he muttered loud enough to be heard over the tag's idling engine. "But Shazna took some minor spalling to her flank when we were hit. Nothing pierced her scales, but she was bruised and inhaled some smoke, so Phoebes is applying first aid." Caviel nodded. He had never heard their names before, but now knowing them made him a bit more apprehensive. Knowing a name meant becoming attached to the individual, and he had already seen enough good men and women of the Union die to last 1,000 lifetimes. He would get them home, though. They were going to be okay. Julius popped out of the top hatch of his own vehicle and shouted, "What the fuck, Gersh? You are making us look bad, getting yourself knocked out like that." Caviel was slightly taken aback at the callous statement, till he realized the human was smiling, his strange, flat teeth like white bones protruding from his mouth. Gershnik smiled back at the man from the ground where he was standing, his teeth like tiny ivory daggers in comparison. Caviel lifted his antenna in humor as he continued to look around. "Well, is it fixable, Gershnik?" he asked the man suddenly. Gershnik shook his frilled head, his large, pupilless black eyes unblinking as he gurgled sourly, "I don't think so. At least not without some heavy recovery equipment. This isn't just a thrown track. The drive shaft itself has been severed from the sprocket." He motioned towards the front of his stricken vehicle. Caviel looked at it. It certainly looked worse than a simple thrown track. The track assembly was scorched, and he could see a small crater near the drive shaft where the tandem warhead had gone off. While it had not penetrated into the crew compartment, it had effectively rendered the IFV immobile. He brushed a hand over his head. Thinking hard, he asked, "Well, is there anything salvageable that might help us get back to base in one piece?" He saw Gershnik's brow furrow slightly, the strange look conveying a sense of displeasure. "Look, I don't want to leave your vehicle behind either, but we keep moving or bad things happen." This seemed to sway the man, the logic of the statement ringing true to him. "Fine, but we are not scuttling her. We will lock her down and hope we can recover her," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Caviel just gave him a salute and a nod. He looked over to Julius and asked, "Can you open your hatch? We are going to have to put them in the back. There isn't room in the old man for additional passengers." Julius leaned down and shouted something into his IFV. A moment later, the rear door opened and the assault ramp lowered with a dull thump. The inside of the vehicle was dark at first, but then a series of lights flicked on, illuminating it. There was space in the rear for a full 10-man squad, albeit a bit cramped if they were not all human, as the Edwards was a human-designed vehicle. Caviel heard faint clanking coming from the sail Onessa and glanced back to see Gershnik and Phoebes exiting with boxes of ammunition for the main cannon. There was no reason to leave extra ammo behind where the rebels might be able to get it. As they walked past the tag, Caviel asked, "How long do you need to get everything transferred?" This time it was the human, Phoebes, that replied. His voice was deep and rumbled like distant thunder. "We should be finished in less than 10 minutes. We could do more, but the essentials are easy enough." And with that he continued on, the heavy ammo boxes being carried to the rear compartment of the haggard Grinskull. Caviel felt something tap his waist and looked down to see Freddy. "Commander, we are a bit rattled in here. Some fresh air could do us good, and we can help them unload their tank." Caviel's antennae rose at the thought. It wasn't a terrible idea, though it wasn't great either. If they got ambushed again, the main gun would be more hurtful than helpful at this range. "Okay, but grab a service rifle. I don't want anyone out there without at least a backup pistol," he said before looking back to the surrounding rubble. Freddy moved away, a faint clanking and some mumbles coming from inside the vehicle before the rear hatch popped and the three slithered out. He kept them in his peripherals as he simultaneously kept watch. He opened his mouth plates and let out a heavy sigh as he waited for the work to be done. He was so tired. It had already been a long day before everything had gotten buried in this shit. Suddenly, he spotted movement out of the side of his eye. He immediately looked towards where he had seen it and opened a link to Julius. Julius, movement, left, in the rubble, bearing approximately, 4 o'clock, I think, he said insistently. Without a computer to tell him the heading, he had winged it again. He really hoped that didn't bite him in the tail. I see nothing, are you sure? Wait, I see movement too, Julius spoke over the link, his voice changing pitch as his body prepared for combat. Caviel aimed towards the noise of shifting rubble and was about to open fire when he hissed urgently, Hold fire! I repeat, do not fire, Julius! He pulled himself up further from the vehicle hull and waved while shouting, Glory to the Union! Friendlies! A second later, an answering call came from the rubble, tired and filled with caution. Glory to the Union! What unit are you from? Caviel hissed slightly in annoyance but understood their caution. Staff Sergeant Caviel, 4th Field Artillery Regiment, he hollered back. What about you? The mysterious voice was silent a moment before it said, Secondary Ordnance Squad, 5th Reserve Regiment. Not much of us left now, though, they said bitterly. With pleasantries exchanged, the owner of the voice moved out into the open. It was a human male, his uniform singed and torn in places, but the soaring eagle of the Union clear on his right shoulder. Caviel raised 3 hands in greeting, giving the man a polite wave while turning the barrel of his gun slightly off from them. Not enough that he couldn't bring it right back if he needed, but enough to show he wasn't being actively aggressive. The man motioned to something behind him and started walking towards them. Caviel tensed a little as another figure moved into view. This one was tall and thin, pink skin and stubby horns marking them as a Nerevith male. A rare sight on the front line, as they were so much slighter than their larger female counterparts. The 2 battered soldiers made their way down the rubble, casting glances at the still smoking wreck of the sail Onessa. As they reached the road, the human walked over and stood underneath him at the side of the tag and saluted. His companion copied the movement as the human spoke. Hello, I am Corporal Jack Nanners, and this is Private 2nd Class James Iron. We heard the sound of fighting and figured we had even odds of finding friendlies. Welcome, Jack and James. I am dismissing the formalities in lieu of the current crisis, Caviel said bluntly. This didn't seem to bother the men much as they just nodded, James's tail flicking idly as they stood under him. What happened to the front, the secondaries? He asked the men, but Jack raised a hand. Jack motioned to the haggard Grinskull and asked, Please, do you have any spare rations? A little water, perhaps? We have been walking for a long time. Caviel's antennae rose as he replied, Yes, I'm sorry. Please, there are supplies in the back of the lead IFV if you need. Top up and then secure yourselves inside. We are going to be moving out soon. Jack nodded his head and gave another salute, this one much more lax as he and James moved off. Jack spoke softly, but not so quiet that Caviel couldn't hear him. That was lucky. The guy seemed pretty nice too, for a bug, that is. Caviel hissed low in annoyance. It didn't bother him overly, but he hated to see people so caught up in their prejudices like that. What did it matter what his skin was made of? Flesh or chiton, they were all people at the end of the day, though even he had to admit that he wasn't exactly a perfect specimen of universal respect himself. He looked around again. Not the time to get distracted thinking about xenophobia or shit like it. He looked back at the wreck of the sail Onessa. "Freddie! How close!" he called out. Freddie exited the disabled vehicle carrying a large quantity of boxes and bags. He scuttled over. "This should be about the last of it. It went much quicker with our assistance," he said, with a slightly out-of-breath hiss. "Good work." "That was a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be," Caviel said quickly. He motioned for Freddie to move along and then turned to look at Julius again. "We need to be more careful. Another ambush like that, and I don't think we will have to worry about what command will say of our tactics, if you get me." Julius nodded and commented with a gesture towards the rapidly moving, dismounted crew. "Your people are well trained. That was a great move, having them help load the surplus ammo. It would have taken twice as long, no, 3 times as long without them. You guys really are as fast on your feet as they say. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, but this is the first time I have seen more than one Vinaphilian at a time," he said with a slightly admiring tone. Caviel ducked his own head at that, his antennae rising high, betraying his pride. "Yes, they are. The finest crew I have ever had the pleasure to serve with, in fact," he said unashamedly. "Dar shucks, Commander. You really mean that?" A slightly mocking voice hissed from right behind him. "Well, all but you, Freddie. You always were a pain in the carapace," Caviel said to the man with a chuckle. "Now, Corporal Freddie, if you would please re-enter the vehicle." Freddie's antennae rose in mirth as his faceplate spread slightly. "Oh, Corporal Freddie, is it now? I must really be in trouble. You never use my full title." "At your command, my liege," he said with a salute and a bow. He slithered into the rear hatch before Caviel could say anything further, and so he just shook his head slightly and laughed. Julius watched the whole interaction, his face broken into a small smile, revealing his teeth. The man said to him, "Caviel, your crew seem to be pretty close. Almost like family." Caviel shrugged his upper arms. "When you grow up in broods as large as ours, you get used to having a lot of siblings. I suppose it's just easier to fall into that old family dynamic." Julius nodded and smiled even wider. "Hell, man, if we get out of this." When we get out of this," Caviel corrected him as Joanna and Haggy climbed into the vehicle as well and closed the rear hatch behind them. Julius corrected himself and continued, "When then? When we get out of this, we need to go get drinks. You guys drink, if I remember correctly?" Caviel's face plates opened, and he let out a whistling laugh as he said, "Oh, yeah, we do. Joanna might be the youngest in my crew, but she could drink any one of us under the table. I'll bet you that," he said jocularly. Julius replied immediately, "I will take that bet. Loser pays for the tab?" Caviel thought about it. While he was sure of Joanna's drinking abilities, he had heard absolutely absurd stories about human resilience to toxins and alcohol. He shrugged mentally. Only one way to find out. "Deal. Now mount up. We look like we're all wrapped up again." Indeed, as he said it, the rear hatch of the haggard Grinskull thudded shut with a slight wheeze of hydraulics. Julius nodded and closed the top hatch of his IFV as he dropped back into the vehicle. Caviel re-entered the tag. Julius's voice spoke over the laser link. "Caviel, should I keep the lead? If we get flanked, you won't be able to turn the whole vehicle in time to cover yourself." Caviel swore silently as the man made the observation. It was obvious that having the IFV in the front was the proper choice, but maybe not the correct one. He wished he had eyelids so he could stop looking at everything, if even for a moment. But it would not have made a difference either way, so he focused once more on the problems he could fix, not the ones he couldn't. "Julius, I want you covering the rear. I know it's not regulation, but I think it's our best chance at making it through this. I am going to instruct Haggy to drive on the right side of the roadway. You should stay to the left. That way, You have at least some ability to fire forwards if necessary on these narrow roads, Caviel instructed. Looking at Hagi, he nodded and asked, "You get that?" Hagi raised a thumbs up and replied, "Sounds like a good plan." Caviel spoke through the link again. "Oh, and Julius?" "Yea?" The man hesitantly said. "Please don't get hit. If we lose your vehicle, then we won't have any way to transport passengers except on the top of the tag," Caviel said. Julius seemed to chuckle a bit as he answered, "Copy that. We won't." Caviel motioned to Hagi, saying, "Okay, take us out around them. Carefully, though, don't get it stuck in the mud. And keep the speed under 40. I want to be able to react to our surroundings." Hagi's antennae lowered in a smirk. "Oh, I won't get him stuck. Just watch me." Caviel sat back into his crash couch, his gaze primarily fixed on his remaining view screen. The other still smashed from its encounter with his face earlier. Luckily, his face had been tougher than the device, or the whole day would have likely turned out quite different. Hagi drove the heavy vehicle to the right of Julius's IFV. The narrow side street was not quite wide enough to allow him to pass on the blacktop. Instead, he drove out onto the empty field, the tracks biting deep into the loamy soil, mud caking the running gear and splattering their rear. For a moment, the tracks churned without effect, and Caviel feared they had gotten stuck. But Hagi revved the motor, the roar of the mighty engine drowning out the sound of the tracks as they finally bit deep, and the tag lurched into motion once more. "Yeah, that's how you do it!" Hagi hissed excitedly, two fists raised. The old man bounced through the field for another moment before veering back onto the roadway, leaving a trail of mud and soil behind them. Caviel sighed. It was not exactly his day today, it seemed. First, they had been ambushed, then almost killed, and ambushed again. Things were looking quite grim, he admitted to himself. They had to keep moving, however. The main base was far, but not so far as to be impossibly out of reach. They only needed to get a little lucky, and they would make it home. Maybe even get a little time off, he fantasized. Not likely to happen after a major push like this, though. In all likelihood, they would get a meal, a night's rest, and then be immediately sent back out to the front. Such was the life of a defender of righteousness, he supposed. Those hegemony fucks were always trying to get the upper hand. Now it looked like they had finally succeeded. Command couldn't even bomb them from orbit effectively, as they had probably repositioned their anti-capital ship cover. Hagi slowed the vehicle as they neared a crossroads, his posture betraying his worry. "Caviel, there is movement ahead. I can't tell if it's friendlies or not," the man said to him. Caviel used the forward cameras of the tag to zoom in on the scene ahead. It was one of chaos. He could make out a swarm of infantry trying to storm a partially collapsed tower. The battered building's once colourful facade was now just a spray of harlequin rubble fanning across the cratered street. As he watched, gunfire erupted from several of the upper windows. The bare steel beams of the building sparked as ricochets from incoming fire left small smears across their sullen faces. Caviel looked closer. It was hard to tell, the uniforms smeared with grit and stained by smoke as they were. But the attacking troops looked like hegemony rebels, the clenched fist and star just barely visible on their uniforms as he zoomed in. Caviel was unsure. If he fired the main gun of the tag, it was just as likely to collapse the rickety tower as it was to clear the offending troops. But if he did nothing, the defending Union forces might become overwhelmed, their positions stormed and their lives lost needlessly. He made a decision as another burst of gunfire lit the scene. Julius, friendly troops ahead are pinned down. The enemy position is too close to use the tag. I advise you to pull to the side as much as possible to assist. Julius started to respond. Okay, moving into position now. Wait a minute, what is that? The man gasped over the comms. Caviel looked back to the tower just in time to see a rain of small dark shapes that exploded violently upon contact. The rocket barrage leveled the building and scoured the rubble clean in fire and slashing shrapnel. As the tower collapsed, a cloud of grey dust was thrown up, blocking out everything in the vicinity. Caviel swore and asked, "What the hell was that? Was that friendly or enemy fire?" Freddy spoke up grimly from behind, having watched the catastrophe unfold from behind him. "I don't think it really matters. Friendly, not friendly, the results are the same. Dead men and nothing gained, like this whole war." Caviel heard him mutter under his breath. Caviel wanted to say something, call him out on it, to tell him to man up and stop complaining about the war. But he couldn't. He found that he agreed with the statement. What was the point? All those soldiers, hegemony, union. What was it all for? They had all died, and for what? A blasted piece of rubble that was good to nobody. "Haggy, keep moving. We need to get out of here. That artillery strike will have garnered attention. I don't want to be here when it starts snooping around," Caviel told the driver. Haggy didn't speak. Instead, he started the vehicle forward slowly, keeping it slow enough for Julius to keep pace through the choking dust and haze. The vents of the tag sealed shut as they moved further into the rubble-strewn area, the vehicle attempting to keep the air in the fighting compartment clear of potential airborne hazards as it switched to recycled air. Haggy led them through the intersection, the sounds of masonry being crushed under 68,000 kilograms of the tag. Pings and the groaning of the running gear as it climbed and tumbled over the uneven terrain. Caviel couldn't see anything on the visual scopes for all the dust that clogged the air, but the tag was equipped with far more than just visual sensors. He switched to infrared, and the scene changed. Suddenly the air was clear. The white-hot craters left over from the rocket strike were now readily apparent. As he looked, he swore he could make out the remains of bodies that had been sundered by the blasts, but it was so hard to tell. Overpressure combined with hypersonic fragmentation meant that little of the original shapes remained. The faint heat source could have been a broken machine gun battery or a cooling capacitor bank for all he knew. He decided it was probably best not to dwell on it too much, as the implications were too terrible. It took only a minute to traverse the disaster, but it was a minute of terse silence, the sound of grinding tracks and the engine's muffled roar the only noises to break the reticence. As soon as they were free of the smog, Haggy stepped it up. The slight pull of acceleration caused Caviel to grab a handhold. "Careful, Haggy. Keep it steady," he complained. Haggy just responded by throttling down slightly, their pace becoming more measured but still just as hurried. Caviel shook his head, his antennae lowering across his armored back. Haggy was a sensitive soul. He was not trying to express himself, however. He was probably a little shaken from the events of the past few hours. Hell, who wouldn't be? "Well, a Nerevith, probably," he said silently to himself. The pink aliens might look as sturdy as a sack of wet roots, but they had the mental toughness of an ironwood tree. He put it out of mind and turned back to his screen. Haggy was watching the road, but it couldn't hurt to keep a second set of compound eyes on it. They had already been ambushed twice, after all. Haggy drove them around an abandoned park and through a shopping district. The buildings were still in remarkably good shape despite the rubble and detritus of war that surrounded them. As they exited onto a main thoroughfare, Haggy slowed the vehicle and said, "Shit. Caviel, that had better not be what I think it is." Caviel saw it too. A large square structure sat in the middle of the roadway, less than 300 meters distant. far enough away that it looked small and insignificant to the naked eye. But he knew from experience that its layered duramite and titan steel structure housed powerful weaponry that was the principal example of this war's stalemate. Caviel muttered, "Well, I don't know what you see, but I see a fucking prefab heavy bunker smack dab in our escape route." The bunker was a massive structure, made up of 4 main parts that were either trucked or flown in before being bolted, welded, or cemented together. The structure was more than capable of withstanding a tremendous amount of incoming fire while still dishing out the hurt all on its own. But it was worse than that. On either side of the imposing fortification stood a multitude smaller barricades and weapon emplacements. The glint of scopes and gun barrels was an obvious deterrent to their progress. A veritable siege line had been placed directly between them and their potential freedom. They could go around, Caviel supposed silently, but that would depend on them not being spotted or tracked. Something that was almost immediately thrown off the table as the bright flashes of muzzle fire erupted from the fortified line. A second later, the sound of impacts rang through the fighting compartment. "I don't think they like us," Freddie said a little too cheerfully given their situation. "Really? That's what you are worried about right now?" Joanna asked him. "Well, it could be worse. At least they don't seem to have any heavy anti-armor weapons," Freddie said after another second of rattling small-caliber fire. Caviel was listening with only half his tympanal organs. His main focus was on the bunker in their way and how he was going to get around. They couldn't just drive around it, as the heavier impacts on their front sounded like at least 40mm rounds. 40s would go straight through the light armor of his escort, the Edwards IFVs never designed for full frontal assault. Well, that left only one option. They would have to blast their way through. The gun barrel could be elevated to maximum to prevent any stray hits from damaging the massive breech of the mortar launcher. This would also have the unfortunate side effect of causing the firing angle to be too far off for an immediate close-range shot. But sometimes protecting the shell inside was more important than being able to fire on a whim. At the moment, the gun barrel was not elevated, and any stray shot of large enough caliber was a danger to the already chambered round. Caviel made a flash decision and shouted, "Firing! Load he!" He depressed the firing trigger and immediately felt that familiar pressure wave as the massive 280mm mortar shell tore itself from the short barrel with the near-deafening scream of its rocket motor. Caviel hadn't taken the time to aim it precisely, instead just ballparking it in the general vicinity of the bunker itself. This fact was made blatantly apparent as the shell impacted a full 20 meters to the right of the distant bunker, a tremendous fireball tearing a crater in the hardened asphalt of the roadway and showering the bunker with red-hot debris. It did little to its armored exterior, though, the blast having only scratched its paint while clearing one half of the street of the smaller tank traps and barricades. Freddie and Joanna were already slamming a new shell home by the time the enemy had recovered from the blast enough to start firing again. But this time, Caviel had taken a moment to aim the main gun properly. He fired, the shell soaring in a shallow arc before slamming directly into the armored face of the bunker. The massive shell had an optimal infantry kill radius of just over 100 meters, but this assumed perfectly flat terrain and no giant Titan steel reinforced boxes or trenches to cower in. When the dust from the second shot settled, he was shocked to see that the bunker was still standing. Its front had buckled slightly, and the duramite coating had been almost entirely blasted off its face, but it had held together against all odds. He looked at it, the dust settling around it, and entire strips of its outer coating blasted free. Surely it must have been dead, though. A direct hit with that much high explosives should have killed anything but a super heavy. Through sheer luck or blind faith, the building had resisted his attempt at destruction. After a second, he hissed, annoyed. "Damn it! I didn't want to waste another shot on that bunker." Haggy and the others just looked at him before Joanna mentioned, "We only have 2 high-explosive shells left, Caviel. What do you want to do?" Caviel muttered, "I guess we will hit it with an armor-piercing shell then. Load AP." Freddie and Joanna moved to comply, their long armored bodies flexible in the cramped interior of the tag. Joanna wrapped all 6 of her upper arms around the top of the huge shell, the cap emblazoned with the marking 28AP M26. Once she had hefted the shell free of its cubby, she switched her grip to her 4 lower arms. The much sturdier arms held the shell at a low ready as she swung it onto the small ammo carriage and pushed it over to Freddie. Freddie took hold of the carriage and dragged it to the breach before opening it. This was always dangerous to do in a firefight, as the large bore of the breach, combined with the main gun's short barrel length, made it possible for enemy fire to ricochet inside the crew compartment. The inside of the compartment was layered in a soft anti-spalling compound to reduce the effects of such a disaster, but it was still a known hazard. This in mind, Freddie slammed the shell home and closed the breach quickly before he nodded. "Armor-piercing loaded, Caviel," he said in a clipped tone. Caviel didn't need any further assurances. The gun was loaded and his target was in sight. With a single precise movement, he depressed the firing trigger. The shell was given an electrical signal through its base plate that ignited the rocket charge. This propelled the shell from the barrel at an incredible speed. The internal sensors of the shell made minute adjustments to keep it as accurate as possible. All of these systems culminated in the shell's ballistic cap, striking the exact center of the distant bunker's face. The shell was designed specifically to defeat armored fortifications and could penetrate almost 2¼ meters of reinforced duracrete, or nearly 400 millimeters of face-hardened steel equivalent. This was more than enough to punch through the already weakened front of the prefabricated bunker, the shell disappearing inside with a great flash before an even brighter detonation caused the sensors to black out for an instant. As the view came back, all he could see of the once mighty edifice was a rain of smoking debris and great chunks of twisted metal. "Well, that takes care of that, I guess." Julius's voice spoke over the laser link. Caviel nodded and spoke to Haggy. "Okay, move us out, carefully. There are still enemy troops alive in there somewhere." They moved forwards, the tag in front, clearing a path with its bulk. Julius took up a position to their left, their main gun ready to fire on anything that might threaten them. As they rolled closer, Caviel could make out a few moving shapes through the dust and rubble. Caviel could see that many enemy soldiers were still scrambling for cover now that the linchpin of their blockade had been obliterated. Julius spoke, "Looks like they are waiting for us. I'll keep their heads down for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Caviel heard the telltale cracks of the Haggard Grinskull's 30mm main cannon firing. The secondary cracks of the self-destroying shells detonating made a strange staccato sound that seemed to reverberate through his body, even inside the tag. He watched Haggy as the man let loose a few bursts from the case-mounted heavy machine gun, the bright tracers leaving burning marks wherever they fell, the trails of ricochets burning streaks across the middle distance. There was no reason to load the main gun. Caviel was not sure if their position had been reported. It seemed likely that the enemy had done so by now, but he would err on the side of caution. If he had Freddie load a high-explosive round into the barrel and they came up against another bunker, that would be suboptimal. At this point, he knew not what to expect from the path that lay ahead, and so decided to sacrifice a little bit of reaction speed for flexibility. The vehicle jumped as they drove over a particularly large chunk of debris from the ruined bunker. the sound of something scraping against the bottom of the hull, causing Caviel to wince slightly. While it was more than likely that no real damage had been done, the scraping sensation was still unpleasant enough to make him cringe. Haggy continued driving, periodically letting off a short burst of his hull-mounted heavy machine gun. The sounds of Julius's IFV firing could still be heard. With the extra ammunition they had pulled from the disabled Saeli Onessa, the light support vehicle had more than enough ammo to keep any surviving hegemony soldiers suppressed. Despite the heavy covering fire, the slight smattering of light impacts across the hull told him that at least some of the rebels were brave enough to take potshots at them. Their small arms would barely even scratch the paint of such a heavily armored behemoth as a Thunderscream, but their fire could still prove problematic if they managed to damage their communication equipment or external cameras. Caviel debated the intelligence of popping the top hatch to access the pintle-mounted repeating railgun. He quickly thought better of it as the hail of incoming fire intensified, the hissing whip-crack of hypersonic munitions giving him pause. They were now passing right beside the destroyed checkpoint. The soldiers hiding in the rubble had a small opening to fire while remaining in relative cover. Haggy gave him a sideways glance, his head barely moving, but his antennae twitching in slight worry. Caviel made a calming hand gesture and said, "Keep driving, steady on, Haggy." Haggy gave a nod, and in another moment they were past. The sounds of impacts on the outer hull eased almost immediately to a few scattered pings. The ride became smoother as well as they reached a more cleared section of roadway. Haggy slewed the vehicle around a trio of large craters, then sped up slightly before turning to say, "Okay, that was a bit closer than I would have liked, Caviel. If any of those rebels had a launcher," he said pointedly with a meaningful wave of his antennae. Caviel took his eyes off the main screens to turn his head fully towards the other man. Haggy lowered his antennae again, but Caviel just said quickly, "What other real choice did we have, Haggy? I trusted you to get us home in one piece, and I know that's what you are going to do." Caviel watched a moment more before turning back to his remaining screen. It showed the road ahead as clear of obstacles for the moment. Julius's voice broke over the open comms. "Haggy, he's right. We had the option of punching through, or trying to find a way around, and we all know that would have been just as risky, if not even more so. You got us through. We just need to keep moving." "Thank you, Julius," Caviel said over his headset microphone. It seemed that they were all working well together. He looked around using the main optical device's panning function. The telescope array showing their surroundings to be more of the same collapsed buildings and rubble piles as before. No hiding places for enemy troops, but no cover from enemy aircraft or artillery either. He swore quietly. If only he could see over the piles of smashed masonry. They would be able to chart a better course through the absolute mire of enemy forces that had broken through the lines. While it was unlikely that the enemy push had managed to reach as far back through the contested zone as the main base, it was likely that they would not be truly safe till they were within spitting distance of the heavily defended compound. This only caused Caviel to hunker slightly as he resolved to get everyone home alive, and preferably in one piece. "Haggy, watch for tank traps," Caviel said, thinking hard. They had just punched through a heavily defended checkpoint. Surely their position was well and truly compromised by now. If they got supremely lucky, they might get lasered by a spotter drone. It was likely that amongst all the chaos, one or two of the small autonomous vehicles might be about. That would spell their doom, as the small drones would relay firing data automatically to any nearby linked artillery. The tag was a tough son of a broodmother, but it wasn't indestructible. A direct hit from a high-caliber artillery round would end their journey real quick. He groaned quietly to himself, the sound coming from deep in his elongated guts. He was so tired of the struggle, he just wanted this day to be over. Julius spoke clearly over the laser link after a few moments of silence. "Caviel, Gushnik has been talking to our new friends. It seems that they were part of a scouting team. I have just been informed that Corporal Jack has in his possession a Mech 97 personal spotter drone. I was thinking that it would be very valuable to know what's ahead of us, even with the added risk of detection." The human finished speaking with a curious tone. Caviel thought it over, his head cocked to the side slightly, antennae twitching. Yes, it could be a valuable asset to have at their disposal indeed. He was about to reply when Haggy swore loudly and screeched, "Enemy armor dead ahead." A second later, the sounds of heavy impacts rang through the crew compartment. Caviel looked at his screen. Haggy had not lied. Directly in front of them, blocking any hope of peaceful escape, were 3 rebel vehicles. In a flash, Caviel identified the vehicles as a trio of Swiftclaw Lav, their 53mm main guns cratering the frontal armor of the tag. But the armor held despite the terrible cacophony. "Load thermobaric," Caviel commanded with a near-desperate hiss. His choice to keep the main gun unloaded seemed to have paid off. While a regular high-explosive round would devastate any of the light vehicles it hit individually, they lacked the sheer explosive potential to take out all 3 vehicles in a single shot. But one of the old man's massive thermobaric vacuum rounds might just do the trick. A crack sounded through the fighting compartment, this one louder than the rest. Glancing at his command screen, he hissed as he saw that their running gear had been damaged, the screen highlighting the damaged portion in amber as the external sensors detected the harm. It looked like the damage wasn't serious, but it was far from ideal. Freddy slammed the shell home, the breach only staying open for a second as the experienced loader did his work. With the gun now loaded, Caviel took less than a single heartbeat to flick off the safety arm and aim before he fired the main gun. The discharge shook his very exoskeleton. His head seemed to squeeze with the pressure wave of the round, leaving the short barrel. But it was only the briefest discomfort compared to what the tremendous fuel-air explosive shell wreaked upon his target. The lead vehicle had but the barest moment to try and change direction before the shell detonated directly in front of it. The shell exploded mid-air almost a full 5 meters in front of its intended target. This cast a wide net of vaporized combustible compound through the air. This fuel mixed almost instantly with the oxygen in the air before a secondary explosion detonated the angry brown mist. The effect of this caused the entire vapor cloud to ignite all at once, the pressure wave from the blast crumpling the front of the lead vehicle and nearly stopping it in its tracks, the rear of the vehicle jumping into the air from the force. The remains of its gun and front suspension ricocheted off the surrounding rubble as it slid to a broken halt. The vehicle to its immediate left suffered much the same fate, its armor compromised and thick black smoke issuing from every new crack in its sundered armor. Caviel swore, "Mother, one left, load high explosive quick." The third vehicle was still moving towards them, but it hadn't gotten away from the blast without damage, its main gun warped out of shape and one of its front wheels hanging in tatters from the drive shaft. The driver seemed to realize their situation was hopeless, but instead of stopping or attempting to flee, they floored the acceleration and arrowed straight towards them, seemingly with the intent to ram them to pieces. Caviel wasn't a genius. He was a veteran of many fights, however, and he could tell that Freddy and Joanna wouldn't get the main gun reloaded in time to save them. If they fired point blank, they would disable themselves with anything but a direct armor-piercing shell, and he had ordered them to load high explosive. He cursed himself for a fool. If only he could close his eyes like those fleshies. If only he didn't have to watch as 26 tons of death sped towards them at nearly 70 kilometers per hour. The distance between them closed to 100 meters. Freddy was just bringing the new shell forwards. 80 meters. Freddy lifted the shell from the carriage as Haggy started to reverse the tag of his own violation. 60 meters. Freddy was opening the breach, the shell seeming to move in slow motion. All movement in the cramped cabin seeming to move as though mired in thick syrup, his actions sluggish against their looming demise. 40 meters. Too close. Far too close to fire the main gun safely. By the time the shell left the barrel, the enemy vehicle would be so close that any detonation against its hull would invariably disable his vehicle as well, tearing off the tracks at the best and completely destroying the already damaged running gear or killing them with overpressure at worst. His antennae slapped flat against his armored back as he sat helpless inside his steel coffin. But then he jerked as brilliant staccato flashes stippled up the forward hull of the charging lav, causing it to swerve to the right. As it smashed into the rubble only 10 meters from the front of the tag, its ammunition cooked off, the bright flames screaming from the hull first, a baleful orange, and then becoming a flaring magnesium white as the destroyed Swiftclaw's batteries ruptured in the inferno. Caviel physically couldn't blink, but he still felt as though his life had flashed before his compound eyes. He let out a hiss of air from a breath he had not known he had been holding in. Julius spoke over the comms. "Hey, you okay in there? You guys just took one hell of a beating." Caviel took a moment to compose himself before he spoke, his voice cracking slightly from strain. "We are alive thanks to you, Julius. That was well-timed." Caviel jerked slightly as he felt something on one of his upper arms. It was one of Freddy's hands. Freddy's antennae dropped, and he apologized. "I'm sorry, Sergeant. I dropped the ball on this." Caviel stopped him with an angry hiss. "No! The blame is entirely on me. I let the pressure get to me. I ordered you to load the incorrect ammunition type. You followed my instructions immediately and as fast as venally possible, faster even than I had expected. But if I had fired at that range, the shell would have destroyed us as well as the enemy. So antennae up, soldier. You made me proud today," Caviel said. He looked around the crew compartment and then made sure the comms were open. He continued on. "You all made me proud, in fact. We are going to make it through this. Not because of some bullshit notion of pride or morals, but because you are all the toughest mother-loving broodless that I have ever had the pleasure of serving with. That goes for you too, Gushnik," he added to make sure the other man did not feel left out of his impromptu motivational speech. All was silent for a moment before a loud exclamation came over the laser link. "It was Gushnik. Incredible performance indeed." The slave man gurgled. This whole operation was a mouthful of dreck. The whole swilling thing could have gone so much worse. But we are all here. That's the important thing. The man finished with a slight cough. Caviel found himself nodding. The man had a point. As bad as things had been, they were all still alive. Mostly unhurt, his side throbbed at the thought, and on their way back to base. Thinking over what Julius has mentioned earlier, he asked, "Corporal Jack, I was informed that you have a spotter drone in your possession." After a moment, the gruff voice of the human answered him, Yes, I do. I managed to save it while the rest of my gear had to be left behind. I figured it wasn't too heavy, and who knows, being able to see my surroundings might come in handy." He gave a remorseful-sounding chuckle. "Well, I must ask that you put your expertise with it to use. We need to know if there are any more surprises ahead of us. Our chances of making it back to the base increase dramatically if we know what we are up against." Caviel asked the man over the link. The man, Jack, responded, "Yes, I understand. I'll get it put together right away, sir." Caviel nodded to himself, a human habit of his that he had grown accustomed to using even when alone. They only had a few more kilometers between them and freedom. No enemy forces would be able to take the main base. It was too heavily fortified against attack, hundreds of emplaced guns and dozens of anti-missile batteries. It was all but impervious to ground attack. Space bombardment was another matter, but with a full battery of Zachary cannons and a trio of zenith defense rays nearby, any ship that got close enough for a precision strike wouldn't make it out alive. And while the loss of a single ship wouldn't cripple the rebel fleet over Dravan II, they were not the only Union military base on the planet, nor even the largest. This speculation would get him nowhere, though, and so he quickly switched his thoughts back to the main problem at hand. Plotting a course through the absolute mire of enemy troops in front of them. It was a miracle that they had managed to make it as far as they had, but he was under no illusions that the hardest part was over. In fact, the enemy would only continue to get more alert to danger the closer they got to breaking free. And that was not exactly ideal. Caviel looked at Haggy. The younger man's antennae drooped slightly with fatigue. The entire ordeal must have been incredibly draining on them all. But the crew were still paying attention. They perked up as Caviel addressed them. "Haggy, get us moving, slowly for the moment. 15 at most." Haggy didn't nod, didn't say anything at all, in fact. Only the fact that the vehicle started to roll forwards gave away the fact that he had heard him at all. Caviel sighed, the low hiss apparently audible over the comms, as Julius asked, "You okay over there, Commander?" The other man seemed to be trying to ease the tension, but succeeded in only making Caviel feel worse about the whole thing. Surely there was something more he could have done to get them out of this mess. Nobody had died, but that was little comfort to him as his mission to support the front had so obviously failed. How many thousands lay dead or dying in their trenches right now while he ran away like a coward? How many mothers would never see their children again? The dark thoughts threatened to take hold of him, but he swallowed heavily, his mouth dry. He grabbed one of the water bottles off a rack next to him and uncapped it before taking a long draw from the canister. The water was lukewarm and slightly tangy with a metallic bite. It had likely been recycled many dozens of times already through the camp's water purifiers, but to him it was sweet as nectar. Finishing his drink, he reached out to Freddie with the bottle. "Drink?" Freddie grabbed the bottle with a grateful look, antennae rising slightly. "Yes, thank you, Caviel." Caviel's headset beeped at him, and he looked forward as Julius's voice spoke to him again. "Jack's got our little bird flying, Caviel. You should get patched into the feed any second now." Indeed, no sooner had the IFV commander finished speaking than his remaining console lit up with an alert. The feed asking his permission to display, he pressed accept and was immediately transported several hundred meters into the air. Well, not really, but the screen made it seem so, the feed looking down on them far below, the tag and Edwards IFV inching along just one of hundreds of rubble-strewn roadways. He cringed slightly as the devastation was made so starkly visible to him for the first time in many months. The shattered buildings, the rubble-choked highways, the collapsed bridges. It was all so much. The pure destructive potential of war had been laid fully upon the city's shoulders, and the city had fallen with the weight of such a burden on its back. He felt sadness and anger welling up in his mind. All of this because those motherless bastards in the hegemony just had to stir up trouble. None of this would have happened if they had just accepted their place in the Union like everyone else. But no, they had to be the special ones. They were different and deserved better. So they destroyed everything in their path in a brutish attempt to claim some sort of validation. His anger was again kindled. "The fucking monsters," he said, loud enough to be heard by the whole crew. This time, it was Joanna that responded. "Who are monsters? What did you see?" she asked with the earnest curiosity of youth. Caviel scooted over slightly and waved towards his console. He could see Joanna's antennae lower in distress, the whole vision of the slaughtered city seeming to have a profound effect on the young woman. "Oh," was all she said. Her distress was plainly heartfelt. Caviel felt a little bad, leaving it at that, but before he could speak up on the matter, something caught his eye. He leaned forwards for a better look and then recoiled in alarm. "Jack, turn your drone to 245 degrees. Zoom in, please. Quickly now," he prodded, hoping that he was wrong. He wasn't. What met his eyes made his heart sink. A dozen blocks ahead of their position was an area of incredible activity. While it was hard to resolve the image from such a distance, he could make out the red and black fist of the hegemony on several of the vehicles and structures. It seemed that an entire rebel forward operating base was directly between them and freedom. The base was bad enough, but it got worse. His attention was quickly drawn to the massive form of a truly massive vehicle. From the size and the shape of it, he made a guess as to what it was. It looked like a colossus mobile battle fortress. He racked his brains on what he knew about the Titanic mobile fortress. It was a Yaun-designed super-heavy vehicle with nanoweave tires that were as durable as steel. The vehicle had hugely thick armor, easily capable of withstanding any of the conventional rounds they were carrying. It had a large array of weapons, from 38mm autocannons to its main 188mm battle cannon. It was a deadly foe, one that he wasn't sure they were capable of even damaging, let alone destroying. He glanced to his side, his wide cone of vision taking in their ammunition stores. They were down to only a handful of rounds. 2 armor-piercing and 2 high-explosive rounds, 1 thermobaric, and a single incendiary shell. Of course, he still had both fusion rounds, but he was loath to use such terrible devices. He paused. In the face of otherwise certain defeat, however, did he dare? Caviel spoke suddenly. "Haggy, stop! All vehicles halt!" Haggy brought them to a stop, slowly, the whine of the motor spilling down to a low growl as the creaking of their damaged running gear settled. Freddie asked, "What is it? What happened?" Julius answered for him. "I think I know the problem. I'm patched into the feed as well, Caviel. That's a hell of a roadblock up ahead." Caviel took a second. A plan. He needed a plan, but nothing clever or otherwise remarkable came to him. He felt hollow, like his insides had melted away, and he was now just a shell of himself, his mind bloated with worry and the fear of failure. He covered his eyes with his hands in an attempt to block the world out for a moment, to pretend like he was anywhere but here. Stuck in the middle of a ruined city, enemies on all sides, and an impossible task ahead of him. He felt a tap on his shoulder, and then the weight of multiple armored hands. He uncovered his eyes to see Haggy, Joanna, and Freddie all looking at him. Joanna spoke up, her slightly hissing accent full of genuine care. "Caviel, whatever it is, no matter what's ahead of us, we will be right here with you. You are the best mother-blessed commander I have ever served." She started to say, but was cut off by Haggy, chuckling. "He is the only commander you have ever served under, Joanna," the driver said with a hiss of laughter. Joanna tossed her head. Antennae perked up in annoyance as she replied, "It doesn't matter. I would say the same, no matter how many commanders I had served under, because it's true. Caviel, I trust you, and I know the others do as well. So whatever your plan is, we will get it done, because we know you're going to get us all through this." She finished with another pat to his upper arm. Caviel felt a strange feeling well up in him. It wasn't quite pride, as he was already immensely proud of them for having made it this far. It felt more humble, more subdued, yet just as powerful. It filled him with a new vigor and purpose. He couldn't give up on them, because they would never give up on him. Sitting up straighter and clearing his throat, he began speaking. "Julius, I have an idea. It's not a good one, but it might be the only one available to us." Julius seemed to think, the man remaining silent for a moment before he replied. "I have trusted in you this far, Caviel. Gershnik and I are with you, all the way to the finish. Let's give 'em hell." Caviel's antennae rose in pride. He wasn't the best tactician by any means, but what he did understand was loyalty. He knew that by showing trust in his subordinates, that they would in turn trust him to make the best decisions he could. While his plan was terrifying and full of the potential for an inglorious and immediate end, he trusted that they would make it through this. They had to. What other option was there? Giving up was not an option, and surrendering was off the table as well. They had two options, run or fight. And he knew that running would only be delaying the inevitable fight to come anyways. Might as well get it over with in one fell swoop. Steeling himself, he began speaking. The faces around him filled with apprehension at his words. "I will not lie to you all. Our chances of making it through that concentration of enemy forces is slim. But it is not impossible. Our ace in the hole, the nukes," he said, gesturing towards the armored portion of the ammunition racks. The two F8 fusion rounds sat at the far right of the rack, right behind his commander position. They were encased in a hardened wet rack that was designed to protect them from anything but a direct hit. They were painted a bright yellow, with a very obvious black trefoil painted in the tip, the universal symbol for radiation. While the shells themselves were not radioactive, the nuclear warning was well-founded, as each one contained a 7-kiloton hydrogen bomb core, enough boom to level a small town. To be the one responsible for such potent weapons of mass destruction was humbling and not something Caviel took lightly. It was only as an absolute last resort that he was finally stepping out of his comfort zone. Julius responded after a moment. "I see. Is that really the only option left to us?" the man asked slowly. Caviel spoke over the link to the human. "I believe so, and may the mother forgive me for saying so. But I believe that it's the only way. Nothing else we have would even scratch the paint off that mobile fortress, much less disable it. With our running gear damaged, we stand no chance of outrunning that monster. So our only options are to try and find a way around it." He paused. Gershnik spoke, his gurgling accent making his harsh words even more cutting. "We would be slaughtered. There are more of them coming, an endless wave of blackfists moving our way. No, I agree with Caviel. We have the tools to fix this problem. I say we use them." The Slaveth man finished with a snarl, obviously still furious at the loss of his vehicle. "Then it seems it's been settled, Freddy. Joanna, load one of the F8 rounds, and may the mother forgive me for what I'm about to do," Caviel intoned softly. Such powers were not meant for mortals to wield. It was an affront against the natural order, but he had been given no other choice. Joanna and Freddy unloaded the high-explosive shell from the breech, Joanna first putting the conventional round back into its rack before pausing. She seemed to glance over at him, though her head didn't move and her compound eyes never changed. He got the feeling she was waiting on some confirmation. He nodded slightly, and she twitched. She grabbed the bright yellow round and loaded it onto the small shell carriage with a hiss of effort before pushing it over to Freddy, who in turn loaded it into the breech. "Thermonuclear shell loaded, Commander," Freddy said stiffly. Caviel gave him a double pat on the shoulder before looking at his feed. He had no line of sight. He thought for a moment and then asked, "Jack, can you give me a firing solution using your drone?" The deep voice of the man answered immediately, "No, it's a simple recon drone. It doesn't have that kind of onboard calculation capability. I can give you range markers, though. Would that work?" Caviel thought quickly. It just might do the trick. He would have to manually adjust for wind and Coriolis effect. Yes, that might be just the thing we need. Position directly overhead at an altitude of 500 meters, please," he said aloud over the open comms. Even this close to the enemy, there was no danger of their tight beam communications being overheard, as it was a direct laser link between the vehicles. Line of sight communications couldn't be blocked or overheard at such close ranges. He turned to Haggy, the driver's recent taciturn manner somewhat unlike his normal excitable behavior. "Haggy, move us behind that berm, 10 meters to the right," he asked him. Once more, Haggy remained silent. He moved the vehicle into position silently, his features stoic, and his mood difficult to discern, though his mouthplate seemed to twitch as if he was about to speak. Caviel felt the tag move as a new alert popped up on his console. He would have smiled if he were able. Instead, his antennae rose till they nearly rubbed the roof of the fighting compartment. On the screen in clinical green font was a range measurement to the enemy position. It was precise to within the nearest 5 meters, it seemed, more than adequate for such a powerful explosive. The main issue would be in destroying the Colossus. Only a direct impact was likely to fully disable the 520-ton vehicle. Even a near miss would likely result in it being immobilized, but still operational. Any one of its main or secondary weapon systems would tear through both their vehicles. It would need to be destroyed entirely if possible. "Okay," Caviel almost whispered as he fed the range into the firing computer. A slight whir filled the compartment as the main gun adjusted itself using its electronic hydraulics. Everything looked in order. He was aiming at the center of the enemy forward base, exactly where the mobile command fortress sat, looking immovable and impressively robust even from this distance. "Mother, forgive me," he said, as he depressed the firing trigger. This time felt different. The pressure wave that washed over him felt like the grip of some angry god, and the scream of the rocket motor sounded like the scream of some primordial beast. All too soon it was gone, the shell sailing up and away on its rocket-assisted ballistic path, its end swiftly approaching like the death that hung over all the unsuspecting rebel troops ahead. He watched over the drone's feed as the small bright spot arced into view. It seemed such a small thing, a tiny pinprick of light amid a multitude of other stimuli. But it was to this tiny light that his whole focus was drawn, morbid fascination not allowing him to turn away, and his own biology not giving him the means to close his eyes. The 7-kiloton thermonuclear shell impacted the hegemony forward operating base almost dead center. In an instant, a ball of pure, blinding light appeared, brighter than the sun in the sky far above, and engulfed all in its path. Anything that the light touched simply ceased to be, their very atoms ripped to pieces by the sheer intensity of the radiation released by the chain reaction. Following almost instantly on the heels of the flash, the thermal pulse followed, the heat wave pushing outwards faster than any natural force of nature ever could. The screaming wind washed over everything near the site of detonation. Nothing within a radius of 300 meters was safe. Structures, tanks, and entire rubble piles all smashed to pieces by the sheer force of the explosion. The image shook terribly as the shockwave passed over the drone. Even half a kilometer in the sky, it was not safe from the blast's terrible effects. Caviel made a small exclamation of surprise and a touch of fear at what he had unleashed, as the very ground seemed to shudder. A deep sound tore through the vehicle, a noise too deep for his tympanal openings to register, but he felt it nonetheless. It was as if a huge hand had reached inside of him and squeezed all his internals together, crushing them together in some unnatural manner. But the moment was brief. Almost as soon as he detected it, the feeling had already passed. The wave of force whipped up a cloud of dust and small debris that pinged off the front of the vehicle's heavy armor, but they were largely unaffected by the detonation. He couldn't say the same for the hegemony forces. The drone stabilized shortly after the initial explosion, its camera slightly grayed out in the middle due to the residual optical overload it had sustained. The picture was perfectly capable of rendering the pure devastation left in the wake of the catastrophic detonation. Where the shell had landed, nothing but a glowing, glassy crater remained, the heat having melted the ground itself into a substance similar to volcanic glass. Nearer the crater was a barren area nearly 400 meters across that had been scoured almost completely flat. Little but charred and battered rubble remained. There was one structure in this wasteland that still stood immobile. However, Caviel's antennae lowered in surprise and a little fear at the sight of it. The rebel colossus sat there, its armor scorched and many of its guns damaged, the barrels twisted by the shockwave or partially melted by the tremendous heat. Caviel spared himself a bare moment to fantasize that it had been destroyed. Even though his eyes were telling him it looked relatively undamaged in comparison, its wheels still whole and its armor looked uncompromised. As if to make a mockery of his desires, the large vehicle's remaining external lights flashed back on. It seemed to shudder as its slightly damaged wheels groaned. But slowly, the gigantic mobile fortress began to move. "Shit!" Caviel swore loudly. "Freddy, load the other F8 round. We have to kill it." Freddy and Joanna jumped into action without needing to be told twice. They knew the stakes. If they failed to destroy the mammoth vehicle with their next shot, then they were as good as dead. The Colossus would not even have to shoot to kill them. Such was the vehicle's bulk, it would be able to drive straight over the top of them, crushing them flat with almost no effort at all. Julius asked quickly, "What's the plan? That thing is rolling our way." Caviel thought quickly and then said, "Haggy, move us out onto the main road." Haggy gave him a look, the driver's antennae rising to the roof in astonishment. "You want me to drive out in front of the angry 600-ton rolling mountain?" Haggy asked incredulously. Caviel shook his head slightly. "No time to think. Do it now. Julius, get out of here, now! That's an order, soldier!" He hissed angrily over the comms as the human tried to argue with him. Julius's Edwards IFV started to roll away, directly away from the enemy vehicle and the tag. Julius spoke just before they turned a corner and lost laser connection. "You had better know what you are doing, Commander. We will be back, I promise." But he was cut off. On their own against a rapidly approaching Titan, Caviel had to think quickly. He stopped Freddy as he was about to load the shell. "Wait! Stop! We need to manually disengage the safety mechanism. Help me!" Freddy gave him a look, mouth plates opened as if to speak before closing them again. He nodded, and they quickly pulled off one of the side panels on the lower part of the shell to expose some of the electronics of the round. While he was preoccupied with this, he heard Haggy speak. Caviel? It's coming," the man said a little tensely. Caviel spared a bit of his attention and looked using his peripherals. What he saw made his warm blood feel chill, his heart beating faster in response to his fear. On the view screen, he saw the massive vehicle smash its way through the remains of a 3-story building only about 600 yards away, rapidly approaching their position. While the Colossus was not built for speed, neither was it sluggish. It advanced upon them, several of its remaining frontal weapons opening fire at long range, nothing hitting them directly, but the near misses sending fragments of stone and shattered masonry pinging off the hull from all sides. "There! Got it!" Freddy shouted, the man slapping the panel back close before jamming the round into the breech. Caviel scrambled back to his command seat. He put the computer's targeting coordinates directly on the frontal hull of the approaching monster and fired without hesitation. The recoil of the round rocketing out of the short barrel made him smack his head against the side of the vehicle, but he knew that far worse was only heartbeats away. "Brace!" he screeched as he pulled himself into the armored portion of his couch, his legs fitting into Rank's leather sockets and all 10 of his arms grabbing hold of the bracing that usually only surrounded his tail. He could only hope that the others had done the same. The round ripped from the barrel, the rocket motor causing its speed to steadily increase till it reached a speed of nearly 300 meters per second before the round impacted the impossibly thick frontal hull of the rebel Colossus. Instantly, the round triggered, its arming mechanism permanently active by Freddy's tinkerings. 1 second, the full might of the massive vehicle was hurtling towards them, the next was all blinding white light. The sheer power of the thermonuclear blast instantly vaporized a significant portion of the vehicle's front. The bridge, and virtually all its crew, instantly fried or shaken to pieces by the terrible energies that had been released upon it. The side plates were peeled back, exposing more of the vehicle's internals to the roiling energies of a bastardized star. The million-degree plasma spread into the vehicle itself, cooking off ammunition till it reached the engine compartment. The vast array of internal capacitors and reactors went critical, exploding in a vast spray of white chemical flames that seemed almost dull in comparison to the blast that had caused it. Barely a second after the first explosion, the entire Colossus had been reduced to a twisted pile of slag and broken metal, not even recognizable as what it had once been. Caviel didn't see any of it, however, as he was trying his best not to get shaken apart. The round had been fired far too close. The minimum recommended range for such a device was almost 2 kilometers. They had fired it at a target less than a quarter of that distance. The result was that the tag was lashed by winds of terrible potency. Debris and pieces of rubble thrown by the blast smashed off the outer hull of the vehicle, but the armor miraculously held. What didn't hold was the vehicle's tracks, the screaming of shearing metal announcing the damaged running gear finally giving up the ghost as it was struck repeatedly by debris. Caviel's brain seemed to rattle in his skull as the wind and rubble buffeted them. But then it was over, the 68 tons of the tag having kept them anchored. A dull ringing seemed to cover the shocking silence, an effect of the sudden and rapid pressure changes that should have killed them. Luckily, the hull of the old man had protected them from the worst of it, its sealed hatches absorbing most of the intense fluctuations. Caviel coughed and was a bit surprised to see a few flecks of bright red blood spatter the metal in front of his face. He ignored it. If he was alive, then it probably wasn't life-threatening. He called out weakly, "Freddy, Haggy, Joanna? Are you all right?" Joanna was the first to respond. "I think so, but I think I broke a few legs. Caviel," she groaned. "Legs? I think I broke a plate," said Freddy from beside her. The man pulled himself free of his crash couch and twitched in pain, his antennae lowering as far as they would go. Joanna moved towards him gingerly, several of her rear right legs held immobile above the ground, and one leaking dark red blood slowly. "Here, let me take a look," she said, as she reached for the medical kit once again. Haggy crept from his crash couch, looking dazed but remarkably uninjured. "What the fuck was that?" he said a little disgustedly. Cavill ducked his head. Looking the other straight in the face, he said, "That was our best option." Haggy shook his head, but ceased his complaints. Cavill felt where he was coming from. However, that had definitely not been the smartest decision he had ever made. He moved up into a standing position and tried to check his console. The screen was black. He tried several times before coming to the determination that it was dead. "Haggy, hazmat on," he instructed. A series of groans followed, but he repeated, "Hazmat on." That detonation was close enough to douse the vehicle in radiation. "Not lethal, but I don't want you breathing any of that shit in if you don't have to. Am I understood?" Stale agreement met his command. They didn't have to like it, but they did have to obey. He quickly pulled on his own hazmat gear, a thin film that covered his back like a tarp and connected under his belly armor with holes for his multitude of legs. The gear also came with an air tank and a tube-like breathing apparatus that connected to his spherical lungs by wrapping around his legs. This would allow him to breathe while essentially wrapped in plastic. He looked at Haggy and said, "Okay, we need to check how bad the damage to the running gear is, and you are the only other uninjured one that can help me." Haggy gave a nod, and Cavill led him to the rear engine compartment, leaving Joanna and Freddy to help each other. He squeezed his narrow body into the space before opening the engine deck hatch and slithering outside. The air was hot and heavy with the feel of static electricity, the entire area feeling charged and ready to explode again almost. He moved down to the ground carefully, avoiding the worst of the still smoldering debris piles. The dirt was hot, a large amount of the scorched debris still smoldering slowly. He and Haggy started looking around. The right side looked fine, the tracks still taut and the drive wheels in good condition. As he moved to the left side of the vehicle, he groaned. It wasn't quite so good. The drive wheel was still attached, several of its teeth sheared off, but still in one piece at least. The main issue was the running gear on the bottom. The first two wheels were smashed off completely, with the third being bent at an unnatural angle. It would have to be cut off before it could be replaced. Luckily, the wheels were designed with repairability in mind. They had the parts and spares to fix it, but they lacked the time or the manpower. Freddy and Joanna were both injured. He himself was still hurting from his near miss earlier. Lifting heavy links of track would likely further injure the already damaged muscles of his side. Haggy was young and strong, but he couldn't do it alone. He was about to tell Haggy to get the others suited up when a new sound reached his ears. The sound of tracks grinding over rubble approaching. In a flash, he scrambled up onto the top of the tag and grabbed onto the pintle-mounted roof gun, swinging it towards the noise. He aimed this meager defense in the direction of the sounds, almost directly to their rear. With the running gear disabled, they had no way of turning the main gun to face the threat. But he would be buried if he didn't go down swinging at least. He wasn't about to run and abandon Freddy and Joanna inside the vehicle. He had heard the horror stories of how the hegemony treated prisoners of war. Closer and closer the sound rattled until it was nearly on top of them. Haggy had positioned himself around the corner of the vehicle, a rifle he had procured from somewhere clutched in his upper arms and aimed directly down the road they had come from. The younger man's arms shook slightly, but he stood his ground. A vehicle rolled around the corner, and Cavill hesitated. Haggy didn't, firing off a trio of shots from his railgun before stopping. The approaching vehicle rolled to a stop, and then a hatch on the top opened. A slightly upset-looking human wearing a rebreather mask poked their head out and yelled in a slightly muffled voice, "Hey, what the fuck? We were just coming back to make sure you were still alive." It was Julius. Cavill immediately relaxed and waved at Haggy. "Stand down, it's Julius." Haggy took a second to comply. the younger man's frayed mental state causing his actions to be a bit sluggish. But he soon lowered the railgun into his lower arms, though Caviel noticed he was still holding the weapon at a low ready. There was no need. Nothing within 800 meters of them would have survived uninjured outside of a bunker or heavily armored vehicle. They were safer than they had been since leaving the main camp that morning. Julius climbed fully out of his IFV. He was wearing a similar garb, though one made for his bipedal proportions. He marched over as Caviel crawled back down to the ground, his side aching as he stood to meet the smaller human. Julius walked by him to the front of the vehicle and remarked, "Luck be damned, you took one hell of a beating, didn't you?" Caviel followed him to the front and looked at the frontal armor. He jerked in shock. He hadn't really taken a moment to realize just how savaged his vehicle had gotten during their prolonged flight. "Wow, that is something to see," Caviel said with a touch of awe. The entire face of the frontal hull was a mess of impact craters, gouges, and blast marks. Not a single square meter had been spared. He could make out the small scuffs of small arms fire mixed with the light dents from heavier autocannon rounds. Numerous small diameter holes were punched into the armor from the variety of hypervelocity rounds that had hit them, and up near the gun mantelet he could see the deep groove carved out by their near miss with the HGC from earlier. There were several blast marks from heat rounds and some longer scrapes indicative of deflected sabot rounds. Julius pointed at the absolute mess and marveled. Almost any one of those would have destroyed the Grinskull. Some of them would have gone straight through her like a hot knife through butter. Caviel nodded silently. It was incredible to him as well. He had been in many fights, some hotter than others, and had never seen damage to a vehicle's armor anywhere approaching this. It was a miracle they had survived at all, with the hull looking like a target-range Hulk. "So, are you ready to move out? It's going to be dark in less than 2 hours. We need to get moving if we are going to make it back to camp before it's too dark to see," Julius said, gesturing towards the steadily setting sun. Caviel shook his head. "We can't move. We lost our running gear," he said, pointing to the left side. Julius walked over to look as he finished. "We are trapped in the burrow. No way we are going anywhere. We are going to have to abandon him," he said with a sense of profound remorse. Julius looked up at him, wide eyes shining through his mask. "No, we won't leave such a hero behind." "Gershnik," he called into his headset. The comms had been disconnected, so Caviel wasn't privy to the conversation, but he heard Julius's side as he said, "Yeah, no, they are okay. I need you to get the welding kit. Yes, I said it, didn't I? I am aware of the situation, but I gave you a direct order, yes. Yes, do it. Okay, then I will. Thank you." Julius gave a heavy sigh as he cut the comms. Caviel asked, "What are you doing?" Julius gestured at the broken running gear. "I might not be an army refurbishing depot, but I know how to weld, and I'm sure Haggy does as well. We will get you fixed up in 10 minutes flat, enough to limp back home at least. We don't leave a fallen soldier behind, and this wondrous, terrible vehicle. Well, it deserves more respect than an undignified death to some battlefield scrapper, right?" Caviel nodded. "Okay. But we need to hurry. More enemies will surely be coming to see what happened." Julius clapped him on the shoulder and smiled, his strange white teeth flashing at him. "Don't worry about a thing. You saved our asses more times than I care to admit out there. Now it's time for us to save yours." Caviel's antennae tried to rise under his hood, but they couldn't. He felt a strong sense of calm. Things would be fine. He was with his people. They would watch out for each other, and everything would work out fine. Major General Ashlyn Meridian sat behind her desk and brooded as she looked at the latest defense reports. The whole thing was an unmitigated disaster. The entire front had collapsed in the course of a single afternoon. Who would have guessed the rebels would launch a major counter-offensive this far into the war? She shook her pink-horned head and brushed her hand over her short, cropped black hair. She grabbed a bundle of paper reports, the paper documents impossible to hack or sabotage by electronic means. Sure, it was archaic and more than a little bulky, but it was safe and a time-proven method of communication. Hell, she was debating whether or not to start sending messages via carrier alien. The small flying creatures seemed always able to find their home, no matter how far from it they were removed. She jerked as the door rattled under a series of rapid knocks. "Come in," she said loudly. The knocking ceased to be followed by the door flying open. She jerked slightly as her aide-de-camp Captain Drina burst in. The large Yone woman hurried over to her while saying, "Did you see? Have you seen?" Ashlyn shook her head and asked, "Seen what? What happened now? I swear if we lost another—" But she was cut off by a very excited Drina. Drina spoke, her long furred tail practically lashing in excitement. "It's over. The hegemony counterattack has been destroyed." Ashlan leaned forwards, immediately interested. "What? How? Where?" she asked, the series of questions becoming more demanding with each word uttered. Her aide handed her the data slate she had been holding. Ashlyn grabbed it with long, slender fingers. On the screen was an aerial shot of where they had seen the largest concentration of enemy troops. Except there were no troops. The area was clear, two large, smouldering craters and the twisted wreckage of demolished structures, all that was left of the once formidable encampment. She looked up at her aide and asked, "How did this happen? I thought our air attacks weren't making it through. This was obviously heavy ordnance." She cut off. "Wait, what assets do we have in the area?" she asked intently. Drina shook her furred head, her bright green predator's eyes glinting as she spoke in a low growl. "Nothing. We have nothing out there. We pulled back all our surviving forces to fortify the main base against the attack that we knew was coming. But it looks like something took care of that issue for us," she said a little disappointedly. Drina spoke often of her desire to get back out to the front, to fight against those that desired to destroy that which had offered her people the universe. Ashlyn blinked several times. It didn't make any sense. How could such a formidable force be there one moment and gone the next? "Are you telling me we have no idea what happened?" Drina shook her head. "Well, no. We did happen to catch what happened, but it was from a ground cam, and so we don't actually know what happened exactly. Here, look," she said, as she reached over and switched to a video file. It was really a simple matter. 1 minute there was a large blast, and a little later another. It seemed as though something or someone had managed to destroy the enemy forces. Drina asked suddenly, "So, do we move in?" Ashlyn shook her head to clear it. Passing one of her hands over the top of her long, curving horns, she said, Yes indeed. We need to move the reserves up to the front lines and rotate some of the northern forces to the south to bolster their ranks. See to it, please. I will get Commander Marcus on the line," she said. Drina gave her a crisp salute and rushed out, the doors closing behind her with a thump. Ashlyn sighed. This whole business had aged her 10 years, it felt. She reached under her desk for the jug of 50-year Cressini ale she knew was there. She uncorked the bottle before pouring herself a small measure of the pinkish liquid. She inhaled the smoky scent and smiled before taking a sip. The bitter taste hit fast, chased by a distinctly sweetish tang that made her smile, her blunt, crushing teeth flashing in the reflection on the glass. She gave it a slight swirl before replacing the bottle under her desk. She set the glass down and reached for her desk comm. Pressing a few buttons, she spoke, "Place call to Commander Marcus." The device gave a few trilling rings before a gruff male voice answered. Yes, General. His voice sounded like crushed gravel, the man having survived an artillery barrage that had his throat torn out. It was only with the quick application of a cryo bag that he had survived at all. The medical technology designed to instantly cryogenically freeze critically wounded soldiers for transport back to a trauma center. "Commander Marcus," she began, but he spoke before she could continue. She was a bit taken aback, but her anger quickly dissipated as the man laid it out for her. He spoke quickly. "General, you won't believe it." The man sounded genuinely excited, quite unlike his normal calm and stoic demeanor. His voice was bright as he continued, "I was managing the Eastern Gate defenses, holding in preparation for that attack when a couple massive explosions went off a few kilometers into the city. I wanted to investigate, but I knew to hold my post," he said with a hint of displeasure. She snorted slightly but allowed him to continue. He continued to speak, saying, "Well, I waited for a new development, and then we saw it. A pair of vehicles exited the city. They were immediately spotted by the base defenses, but it wasn't rebels. It was a pair of our own, a Thunderscream assault gun and a single escort IFV. The assault gun was battered beyond belief. Not a single centimeter of its armor had been spared. I would not have believed it had I not seen the vehicle myself," he said with a hint of awe in his voice. She shook her head. "Don't tell me these two vehicles were responsible for the blasts," he replied quickly. "No." She nodded to herself but stopped as he continued. "No, not both. Only the assault gun. It destroyed the entire base single-handedly. Apparently it was one of the nuke carriers," he said. She frowned. She should have thought of the possibility, but even she had to admit there were far too many vehicles to remember them all and their loadouts. She leaned on her desk and grabbed the glass of ale again as she asked, "The assault gun's crew, where are they now?" she asked meaningfully. Commander Marcus seemed to think before he answered. "Well, I saw the condition of the crew. They were in pretty poor shape, even for bugs. I sent them to the infirmary and had their vehicle towed to the repair depot. I'll be damned if I let anyone try and scrap that hulk," he said angrily. Ashland's tail whipped through the air behind her as she stood suddenly. "Where are they exactly? I would like to speak with them personally," she gave a smile as Commander Marcus told her. She downed the rest of her drink in a single swallow before straightening her uniform. She took a deep breath and nodded to herself in the mirror by her office door. If what these soldiers said was true, then the entire camp owed them a debt of honor and gratitude, one she was more than willing to give. But she wanted to speak to them herself, to make sure they were legitimate. As she left the office on her way to the medical building, she smiled wide. If they were the real deal, then medals and promotions would be in order. She would likely be reprimanded for the disaster that she had barely avoided, but if she played her cards right here, she could capitalize off of this. All she had to do was win the hearts and minds of her new heroes and hope that they would see her towards her own goals. End of transmission. If you enjoyed this story, be sure to subscribe and like.